Abdishurie.
Shimboko.
Dehab Mukami.
Caleb Amisi Sabot.
Thank you, Honorable Dwale. You know you have appeared here before, so before we start, we'll take your evidence on oath. So you have a choice between the Quran, the Bible, or affirmation. You obviously is the Quran.
I have only one choice.
Take the Quran in your right hand, be upstanding. And recite the oath that the sergeant will.
Bismillah. I, Aden Bare Dwale, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. And take your seats and sign the oath. You may also pass on your documents to the clerk for him to be able to cross-check with what is in our possession. So we'll start, Honorable Dwale, by asking you introductory questions. Tell us your name, your education background, your work experience, your competences, that lead to your suitability for the appointment that you have had.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable members of the Appointment Committee. Speaker, on the onset, I want to thank you and this committee and the entire House for giving me this opportunity to appear for vetting for the second time. I also want to thank His Excellency the President for according me a second opportunity in a different ministry to serve the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I grew up in Garissa. I went to school there, Garissa High School, Boys Town Primary School, Moi Forces Academy. I did my first graduate degree in Moi University, Bachelor of Education Economics. And finally, I did my master's in business administration in 2011 at Jomo Kenyatta University of Science and Technology. I worked in the private sector. I was a businessman before I joined politics in 2007. I served the people of Dugis between 2008 and 2013. During the Grand Coalition government, I was an assistant minister for livestock. I served with you, Mr. Speaker, in that government as the Minister for Foreign Affairs. And between 2013 and 2014, the people of Garissa Township gave me an opportunity to serve them again. And again to serve them between 2017 and 2022. And again, they gave me an opportunity to serve them between 2022 for about 2-3 months. So I served as a member of parliament for 4 consecutive terms, which the last one I did not complete because the president in his wisdom poached me from the legislature and to help him in the executive. I was the first majority leader under the 2010 Constitution. I served for 8 years. I led in making sure that the government business during that period, sailed through over 150 bills were enacted, had my signature. And Mr. Speaker, I had a wonderful time working with a cross-section of leaders from different parts of our country, from different gender and age, and from different political formation. As the Minister for Defense for the last 2 years and 1 month, Mr. Speaker, my record speaks for it. Today, I can confirm without fear of contradiction that the housing project, since independence, over 4,000 housing units are under construction, launched them in Laikipia, in Nyanyuki, in Gilgil, in Mariakani, in Roysambu. Through this august house, I passed the Prime Healthcare Fund, where now the Kenyan citizens have an opportunity partially to access the robust medical facilities and hospitals, the level 5 and level 4 hospitals of the Kenya Defense Forces. If you are in Eldoret, if you are in Nakuru, if you are in Mombasa, if you are in Nairobi, you can at certain level access. Through this house, Mr. Speaker, I passed the National Peace Fund, which is now domiciled, that helps our men and women in uniform who serve in peace missions. Today, there's enough resources to buy them the required equipments within the standard of the UN peacekeeping missions. On defense diplomacy, Mr. Speaker, I am the first minister in the history of Kenya to host the US Secretary of Defense, to host the British, the UK Minister for Armed Forces. Today, as I leave the Minister of Defense, through the what they call the excess defense article, 150 vehicles, anti-mine vehicles have been donated to the Kenya Defense Forces. I secured $57 million for the expansion of the Manda airstrip in a partnership between Kenya and the US. The National Defense College today, under the support of the partnership we have with the US government, is constructing the largest in our region, the School of Strategic and Security Studies, to the tune of $5 billion because of that. And finally, I want to say it, the only center, the Center for Terrorism, Counterterrorism, Counterinsurgency in Laikipia, funded by the US, UK, and the Kenya government. One of its type is ready for commissioning. Of course, in the war against terror, Mr. Speaker, in the last 2 years, Boni is safe, the North is safe, Nairobi is safe. Kenya Defense Forces have taken the war to Al-Shabaab inside Somalia. We will not anymore, at any given time, we're not going to wait for them at our borders. We will not allow them to come to our cities. We have taken the war to them. So, Mr. Speaker, my qualifications, academic qualifications, my experience as a member of parliament and as a leader in this country, the stint I had as the Minister of Defense, my age, my role in the private sector and business gives me the required testimonial. But finally, to say, Mr. Speaker, I have never been indicted in any adversely in any report of parliament. I have always had clearance from the criminal justice system, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, the DCI. I have never violated Chapter 6 of the Constitution, never violated Article 75 of the Constitution. And I think I am ready and willing to serve the people of Kenya in the docket of environment, climate change, and forestry. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Duale. We'll now start off with the members asking you some questions. Try to be concise and precise in the answers in the interest of time. We'll start with the Deputy Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Duale, you will recall that during COP27, the President made it clear that Kenya's biggest export would be carbon credits, and asked for a simple and transparent system of ensuring that people can access these market systems, and not just the intermediaries, but also down to the local people. If approved, how are you going to ensure that this carbon trading trickles down right to the small communities? And in connection to that, on the 22nd of December 2022, the government launched the African Landscape Restoration Initiative. It pledged to the world that it should plant 15 billion trees by 2032. That is 15 billion trees in 10 years. That, if my calculation is correct, it's 4 million trees a day. If approved, what measures will you put in place to ensure that you don't let down the President and achieve this ambitious project? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Carbon credit, carbon markets, carbon trading, carbon offsets. These are very key fundamental terminologies within the reading of the climate change. And this August House, Mr. Speaker, last year amended the Climate Change Act. To be more precise, in September, just before we had the Africa Climate Summit. Two, our President is currently the chairman of heads of state and government of the Climate Summit in Africa. Carbon credit or carbon market is very, very important to our communities. Our communities, mainly in the ASAL, play a very, very big role. Companies abroad in the developed world who are responsible for the emission of the greenhouse gas, which in our case, our contribution is only 0.3%. While we only contribute 0.3%, on the flip side, we are the biggest victims, we are the vulnerables. So these companies, whether they're in the oil exploration, whether they're in the airline industry, they pollute the outer atmosphere. And they get involved in carbon trading and carbon market. Carbon market is just where you provide a mechanism, an infrastructure where both the private and the public sector engage in that. So to the question of Honorable Deputy Speaker, that amendment that this House did created a very robust legislation where the role of the community, particularly in land carbon projects. And I'll give an example in the northern Kenya, the so-called Northern Rangeland Trust. Before communities were evicted from those lands, before this law, there was cultural disruption by these project proponents. Before this law, because there was a lacuna, there was no even register for the carbon markets. Today, I want to report that the law this House has passed gives communities 40% of whatever carbon markets resources are received from the developed world. Today, NEMA as an organization is a custodian of the register. A company cannot just come into our country and go to our forested areas, can go to our rangelands and enter into an agreement with the project implementers. The community has a role, the community has a percentage, and even in that same amendment law, you created the element of the offenses. That today in our country, if you commit certain crimes, even money laundering in carbon credit business, falsification, not involving the communities, then you need to have to play. So I want to assure, if this committee approves me, that my mantra will be public participation, public consultation at the community level. Communities will have a role. On the second most important element is the restoration program that has been started by the President of the Republic of Kenya in December, where we said we must restore our rangelands, where we are going to plant 15 billion trees, restore also our forest, because currently our forest cover is 12.13%, and we anticipate that by 2032 we must reach 30%, from 12.1 to 30% forest cover. Tree cover. Our forest cover as of now is about 8.83%. So, Mr. Speaker, a number of strategies has been put in place so far to give the status. So far, we have done 400 million trees out of the 15 billion. That is not a very good indicator. I think we're not doing very well. And I want to do a number of things if this committee approves me. Number one, and it has happened in other countries like Ethiopia, it can be a trickle down. The restoration program, the planting of trees, must be a bottom-up approach. The communities must own it. It must be citizen-driven. And we must mix it with a situation where 10 to 15% of the trees we are going to plant must be fruit trees, that communities see the value, that as you plant trees, they also plant mango, they plant many, many other fruit trees that will entice our communities at the rural sections of our society. Two, this program requires serious resource mobilization. So there will be a resource mobilization both by government, by donors, by the private sector. Thirdly, and most important, we must preserve the current forest that we have. We need to do 11 million kilometers of fence of all the forests that we have in our country. Thirdly, the private sector must be given a space. Private sector, where the corporates have a role in all their strategic partners, whether it's Safaricom, whether it's the banks, that every section of our degraded forest area, a certain private sector person is given to, and they can use it even to rebrand it and even own it. So, Mr. Speaker, communities play a very big role, and I am sure right now as we speak, 4 ministries are leading: the Ministry of Interior, the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of Environment. There are 3 ministries which are at the bottom, including the Ministry of Agriculture. If this committee approves me, Mr. Speaker and honorable committee members, I think this is a game changer. On the flip side of it, Mr. Speaker, that again will be linked to the carbon credit. A lot of resources will come to our country, because the more we restore our forest, the more we'll play a role in the reduction of the emissions, the greenhouse emissions. So on one side, it's good for our country. We will increase our forest cover. It's in the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, let me say it. In our preamble, Article 4 of our preamble talks about the environment. We must preserve our environment. It's our heritage. So it is, it's not even an article of the Constitution. It is in the fourth preamble of our Constitution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. In the next questions, Honorable Duale tried to hit pointed answers. That was a good introduction to what is actually the epicenter of your ministry. I'll now ask the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Maybe just to start with a clarification, Honorable Duale, you said you work with corporates to restore degraded forest and own it. I hope you said you don't mean to transfer ownership to the corporates. I hope it's to own the work.
And they can use it for branding.
Thank you. I don't want to repeat what you've said because you've, as the Speaker said, you've really taken care of the carbon credits issue. But even as you do that work, Honorable Duale, you know, we have very many petitions in Parliament on degazetted forests and forests that are grabbed. I would want to hear how you intend to work with Parliament, especially in dealing with all those issues, land issues around degazettement, encroachment of forests, and outright land grabbing of forested areas. Case in point, I'm aware, I know, and I don't know if you may be aware of the Ololua forest matter just outside Nairobi, and what you would intend to do to reclaim all this grabbed forest land.
Mr. Speaker, when I look at the ministry and even Parliament, there are a number of petitions touching on forest, grab land of the forest, part of the forest be put under use either for agriculture, for even government offices across the country. And the history of forest being grabbed, being encroached, is as old as the Republic of Kenya. In my entire life in Parliament, from the Mao forest, when the Honorable late Michuki was the Minister for Environment, it's a recurring thing. And what I want to intend, if this House approves me, Mr. Speaker, is first to consolidate all those petitions. Some are genuine, some are out of fraud. Generally deliver a cabinet memo, and the cabinet, the highest decision-making organ of our country, can make a decision on this matter. All the petitions, the ones dealt with the Parliament, the ones which have not been dealt. Coming specifically to Ololua, Mr. Speaker, I want to categorically, without fear of contradiction, say that if this House approves me, in the first 30 days, working with the Minister for Lands and other government agencies, a number of titles, including and belonging to big people in government, some of them members of Parliament, will be revoked. I will revoke those, and I am ready to bear the consequences. Particularly for the one on Ololua. I have been briefed, I have listened to experts, and I have seen it's deliberate. In the last 2 years, there are people who got illegal title deeds, and I think it will be the first place I will visit, and also with the Committee on Environment, and I hope the chair is a member of this committee, my chair. We will visit, and please, Mr. Speaker, some of your members might be casualties.
No problem. If you do what is right, we will support you. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, is that to say the CS nominee actually knows the grabbers of Ololua Forest? Because he has claimed they are senior government officers, including members of Parliament. I hope he's not referring to me since I asked the question.
Mr. Speaker, I am the nominee for the Minister of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry. So if this House approves me, forestry will be my business. Grabbers of forest land will be my business. Whoever they are, whatever their status is in society. Mr. Speaker, if I just to say it, and I think for record, let me say it. With the last 2 years when I was at the Ministry of Defense, and I had the privilege to serve as a member of the National Security Council, and you served as a member of the Security Council when you're Minister of Foreign Affairs. If today I'm asked between Al-Shabaab and corruption, which is a threat to the national security of Kenya, without fear of contradiction, I say corruption is more of a threat to our security and our existence than Al-Shabaab, because Al-Shabaab, you can identify, you know their location, you know their capability, but corruption is the one that is killing our country. So, as I go to environment, from NEMA to forestry, at least, if you are hearing me and you sit here or you are somewhere and you have allocated yourself illegally some forest land, be warned if this committee approves me.
Junet?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have two questions for the nominee. One is, first, it is one of which is on him, one of the nominees that have come here, Mr. Speaker, and he said, if you approve me, I am carrying an axe on with my hand. I'm going to deal with people. This is very good because many people fear to give you a position. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, what do you think? One issue. What does he think is one issue, environmental issue of high consequence that the country should focus on? That you think, as a country, we should focus on this one environmental issue. Secondly, the government pronounced and said that they want to plant 15 billion trees by 2032. Is that achievable in your view? What do you think? What will be the criteria of achieving that? And lastly, you see, Mr. Speaker, we are now in a public forum. The public is listening to us. And the nominee, whom I know very well, who was our majority leader for many years, whom we found in Parliament, is somebody who does not mince his words, somebody who speaks his mind. He said that there are people who have grabbed land, especially the Lua forest, and they are public people. There are some of them in high government offices and others even in Parliament. Could he share with us who those people could be, so that we also know that maybe where we are sleeping is maybe not a forest? Maybe some of us are living inside a forest, Mr. Speaker, so we can start packing before he's approved.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Junet has asked me 3 questions. The first question was, what is this one thing that is serious and a threat to our environment? Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, environment, the place of environment is in our preamble of the Constitution. Environment has been cited in Article 42 of the Constitution, that every Kenyan has a right to secure and clean environment. Article 69 of the Constitution talks about citizen rights on environmental issues. And even Article 70, Mr. Speaker, it is very explicit that if the state or any other actors violate the environmental rights of citizens, it says they can go to a court of law. So public participation, stakeholder engagement, citizens' right is very key to environment. But with these rights to the environment comes with responsibility. All of us have a responsibility to protect and preserve our heritage, which is our environment. Three critical things, Honorable Junet, that we are facing as a country. We are facing pollution, very serious, both air and water. We have serious pollution. I am sure some of the members and the citizens listening to me, our air is polluted by industries, by noise pollution. Then you come to our rivers. Our rivers, our oceans are polluted. Mr. Speaker, the three rivers that originate from Honorable Ichungwa's constituency, it's called the Ondiri Swamp. By the time, because of the sewage and all the other things that they pass through, the Athi, the Madare, the Ngong rivers, is completely polluted. The second thing, Honorable Junet, is our biodiversity. Our biodiversity.
But from Dagoretti, the origin is very clean.
Yes. Yes, Honorable. Thank you for that information. Yeah, the origin is clean, but it's very subjective, so we need to go with you and check. So biodiversity. A lot of the biodiversity, whether big, small, our heritage, are finishing. How are they finished? Through agriculture. Even the small insects, through agriculture, through road constructions. You know, infrastructure is a big threat. And then the most now I can pick it, Honorable Junet, is how we manage our waste. The waste management in our country and in our counties is in very dire situation. The law has been passed by this House. MCA of 1999, various amendments, even the coding of our waste. It's a household responsibility. Honorable Deputy Speaker, for example, if I pick her, in her own house, she's supposed to have 2 different coded bags. One for the wet waste and one for the dry waste. The person picking it is supposed to have 2 different trucks. When it goes to Dandora's site, it's supposed to have where he can deliver the dry, where it can be recycled, and where he can deliver the organic, where it can be used for fertilizer and many, many things. So those 3 issues, and also the waste management, I think is something that I will maybe later explain we must deal with. The 15 billion tree planting, Ethiopia did 30 billion. Ethiopia is a country that we can be proud of, we can learn a lot. I am ready to go to Ethiopia. I'm ready to walk the talk, help the president, talk to citizens, use leaders who are here. Leaders, stakeholders are very, very important. These tree planting, members of parliament are very, very important. It's not about taking a chopper, planting few trees, you don't know who takes care about them. In fact, the problem is, it's not about, it's planting and then making sure the tree grow. So there is planting and growing. So members of parliament, all of us, the private sector, the public sector, the communities at home, will help us.
Thank you. This time around, I'll start with Miss Caleb. I've been petitioned by Mishi and Mukami that I change tact in who speaks first. You guys will be the last this time.
Mr. Speaker, they didn't consult me. Now you've got me off guard, but it's okay.
Give it to Mukami then.
No, I will, Speaker.
And ask, in the interest of time, ask one question, get one answer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll ask one question because I was trying to prepare the second one. If I get a chance, later I will. There is a major conference happening in November in Azerbaijan and Baku. Do you know the conference, the name, the history, and how Kenya can tap into such global climate conferences in the fight for climate change?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the 29th conference of parties to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, which is known as COP29, will be held in Baku, in Azerbaijan, between the 11th and 22nd of November this year, inshallah. And Mr. Speaker, on the 11th is the first day for the heads of state and government to have their meeting, and then the next, on the 13th, will be the World Leaders Conference on Climate Change. What are the top priorities that this conference will come up with? One, this conference is supposed to deal with the adaptation of what they call the new collective qualified goal for climate financing. Climate financing has just been a talk show from COP15 in Copenhagen to all the time COP28 in Dubai. So this time we're saying, people are saying we must adapt a proper financing model. The epicenter of climate change and climate adaptation and climate mitigation is around climate financing. So that will be a discussion. That in Copenhagen, which was, I think, COP15, people pledged 100 billion US dollars. Up to now, I think nothing has been given. But for Africa and for Kenya, Mr. Speaker, we are taking the carbon credit issue. This carbon credit issue must be concluded. And again, thirdly, the finalization of the operationalization of Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, which defines carbon market, is what I think Kenya, led by President Ruto, and all of us, and Africa, we will take it to the table that let us not have a talk show. The UN meetings must come with clear, achievable, clear, deliverable for fighting climate mitigation and climate adaptation.
Mukami.
Speaker, with your permission, kindly, I request to finish the other question with your kind permission. Thank you, because I had to, but it's a privilege of being the first. Thank you, Speaker. I just want to know where the nominee came from, the Military of Defense, because I happen to have served in the Committee of Defense and interacted with the ministry a lot. There is something peculiar that happened that I've not seen, where the public officers use defense choppers, military choppers, and the military artillery to move around the country, putting the risk of the defense and of course the officers. In fact, in the public domain, it can be true or not true, which if not true, I will withdraw, is that the military has feared you. You have become more military than the military themselves. Is it true, and why did the military fear you?
I don't think the military fear me, but you have put many things. I don't know. You talked about choppers, and then you brought the issue of fear. So, are you saying I fear going by military choppers?
No, I said I've never seen other public officers other than the president, who is the commander-in-chief, using military choppers to move around the country, and other members of the public office who are not in the military. And also, there is a word.
You're talking of civilians? Because military officers are also public officers.
Yeah, like like the deputy president, like the ministers. This is something that I've never seen for some time. So I wanted just him to clarify whether also deputy president is allowed to use military choppers, or was it misuse of power in your, because it's something that I've never seen with the previous ministers.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, let me say it because it gave me a lot of bad publicity. But when you serve in a public office, that's part of life. Within the reading and the instruction of the Commander-in-Chief, at the Ministry of Defense, the Commander-in-Chief is the President. The President and the First Lady are the people allowed to use military air assets with a rider. if the Commander-in-Chief allows the Speaker of the National Assembly to be airlifted from Nairobi to Bungoma, that is in order, but with the concurrence of the Commander-in-Chief. I don't know, I don't think the rank and the file and the leadership of the Defense Ministry fear me. Maybe my style. And I'll take the same style to Forest. I'll take the same style. I had the same style in Parliament.
We have no evidence that they fear you. Mukami?
Thank you, Chair. Given the recent concerns about the government directives on grazing within the forest foresters are really harassing the communities. What are the long-term plans for collaborating with communities living near the forests? The other one is about the floods. Recently, the country experienced floods that left many stranded on account of ineffective rescue operations. If approved, how best would you collaborate with the relevant agencies to ensure rapid rescue operations during such incidents? Thank you.
Hold Duale Mishi. Let's take 2-2.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, before I raise my questions, I just want to ask the nominee just to clear some airs for the benefit of the public, because when His Excellency the President pronounced the list of the nominee, he was given the defense docket. But when the list came to the Parliament, he was under the environment, climate and forestry docket. So Kenyans are asking, is it maybe the President was doubting his ability and leadership capacity, or what was the reason? I just want him maybe to clear the murmurs by the public. My questions. My first question, in accordance with the fourth schedule.
Ask one, Mishi, so ask only another.
Yeah, in accordance with the fourth schedule of the Constitution, environmental conservation is a function of both the national and the county government. How are you going to ensure collaboration between those two governments, that is the national and the county government, so that you also avoid duplication of programs in terms of the same function? The last one, maybe it is how are you going to improve and maybe safeguard those Kenyans who are living or are located near the refinery and chemical plants, because there's a lot of pollution. Thank you.
Yes, nominee.
Chair, let me start with Honorable Mishi. Even after this, in the event this committee approves me, and before even I'm appointed, the President has a prerogative right to assign even another ministry. So he might even take me from environment to somewhere else if this committee approves me. So Honorable Mishi, that is the powers of the President. After all of us are approved, in 1 week he can reshuffle, and maybe he might even take me back to defense, or foreign affairs, or even gender, or even youth affairs and sports. And I am ready, or education. I am ready to serve in any capacity that the President finds it, deems it right. The second one, I think, is a very good question. Environmental matters is devolved under the fourth schedule. And at the county level, we have a very good relationship. We have got the county environmental committees appointed by the governors. The chair, on behalf of the governor, is the CEC for environment. The secretary is our county director of NEMA. And that's how they work together with all the other multi-agency team. But soon, if this committee appoints me, we are trying to create now, and we hope if this committee appoints me, we are going to sign a more intergovernmental environmental framework between the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry and the Council of Governors, where I will sign and the chair of the Council of Governors will sign. On grazing, Honorable Nyokapi, this is a very, very complex issue.
Honorable
Mukami, my very good friend, the women rep of Nyeri County. under the Forestry Act, we have created a very robust, because we cannot conserve, we cannot restore, we cannot manage our forest and our wetlands without the involvement of the communities and the citizens who live around those forests. So this house, in its wisdom in lawmaking, they created something called Community Forest Association. And these community forest associations are the ones who are supposed to guide at what part of the forest do people graze? How far do they graze? Do they graze where we have doing regeneration of the forest? So what are we doing to make sure that we don't have a conflict? And Mr. Speaker, in some of the forests, unfortunately, powerful people in government, in the private sector, who own thousands of livestock, graze in those forests. I'm sorry to say that. But if this House approves me and I become the minister, I want to do some key long-term plans. One, just to have to review the whole grazing management plans, how we can regulate the authorized grazing in our forest ecosystem, how we can fence off areas where we feel are very sensitive in the forest, that we don't allow our animals or our farmers to farm. And lastly, I think the forest community management regulation of 2016 has not been operationalized, and I'm going to operationalize with the approval of this House, because that will give them the rights. Mr. Speaker, the second question of Honorable Mukami, I didn't get it. If you can repeat it. Oh, yeah, it was about the floods. Yes. Mr. Speaker, climate change today is the biggest threat to humanity. I mean, you can see what's happening in India and Ethiopia in the last 1 week. Thousands of people have died because of the mudslide. You have seen the wildfires in California. You have seen the hurricanes, what they're doing, kind of destruction. And coming back home, the last 2 years, we had a severe drought that killed many livestock, affected our farmers, affected food security, destroyed, and then next after the drought, we had the floods, which again affected livelihoods, destroyed our infrastructure, roads, and farms, and livestock was swept away. So, and that's why, because of the climate change and all this, one of the issues why we're having 15 billion trees is to recover our forest ecosystem, restoration, regeneration, bring back our biodiversity. So, Mr. Speaker, I think I have tried to answer the questions of...
Honorable Chairman, point of order.
Yes.
Part of my question was not answered. Chairman, I was asking this question: how do we improve the health of communities which are living near a polluted site? I'm asking this because in my constituency, there is a plant built by Titanium Base who are doing some mining in Kwale, and there's no mitigation which has been done, and it's a residential area. That is why I was asking that question specifically.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I forgot to answer that question. Let me answer it. It's not only in Likoni. Mr. Speaker, we have a serious problem between how county governments enforce their physical planning and zoning of areas and the role of environmental institutions in making sure that zoning is respected. Mr. Speaker, even here in Nairobi, you'll find county governments with no regard to the law, to the Physical Planning Act, allowing industry and factories to be established in residential areas and bars and bring noise pollution. The same, you cannot have a refinery next to a residential area. The laws, the environmental laws, the Physical Planning Act, the Land Use Act, all those don't allow it. So, Mheshimiwa Mishi, this is because of corruption. And Mr. Speaker, that's why you see that skyscrapers are appearing next to each other, buildings which has no ventilation, they have no air, there's no sand, particularly in this cold weather of July. Your children will live in an apartment, they will never see the sun, they will never get the fresh air. So all this, Mr. Speaker, if I am confirmed, I want to assure this House, and governors must listen to me, and we are going to do an audit. NEMA is going to do an audit of all factories and industries which are established in residential areas, and we will revoke their licenses. There must be order, there must be respect for environment as we build our country.
Sharia, you'll pass. Razo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Duale, you are the immediate former Cabinet Secretary for Defense. And defense in our country is a celebrated institution. As you move to environment, if the House confirms your nomination, what are some of the good things that you have seen in defense that you are likely to carry over? Secondly, is the issue of environment. I want to say without benefit of doubt, if the members of parliament are not used in planting trees, in conserving the environment, then that thing is bound to fail, and it will fail seriously. In northern Kenya, currently, the Northern Rangeland Trust, NGOs, are the ones that are being used for conservation, environmental support programs. But at the same time, we have left out KWS and forestry, which is a very serious omission. Going forward, maybe tell us what plans you may have, so that institutions of government are not killed silently by non-governmental actors. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. The nominee, Honorable Duale, karibu bunge tena. My question is that Kenya hosts one of the United Nations Environmental Office and Program in Nairobi at Gigiri. And the people of Kenya, especially at the grassroots level, I doubt whether they can fill this office, and it's a UN office. If approved by this Augusta House, can you tell us how will you leverage on that status, and how will Kenyans fill this office and make a difference in our nation for the betterment of our environment? Thank you.
Nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable members. What do I carry from defense? Of course, I will not carry the guns, I will not carry the arsenal and everything, but from a human resource part, I'll carry the discipline that I have learned in defense. I'll carry the order and implementation of task done very fast. I will carry the patriotism they have to the country, and I will carry the respect that they give to each other within the rank and the file, and the teamwork that we had at the defense. Those are things. Secondly, I think on the conservancy, Northern Trust, I think, is one of the biggest There are many conservancies. Most of them, Mr. Speaker, they are not under my ministry. They are under the Ministry of Wildlife. They have airstrips. But I think working with the other ministries and working with the leaders, working with the stakeholders, even working with some of our security agents, we need to have a conversation on how these conservancies, and particularly members of parliament from the Asal region, on how these conservancies are run, how they are managed, what is the benefit to the communities, how will they behave when there is a conflict, particularly during the drought. Our animals, the animals of the people in the Asal, when there is a lack of water and pasture, they enter. Honorable Asuda will agree with me, in Samburu, there's a lot of conflict. So I think we need to have a more bigger conversation. We need to discuss about the carbon market, how much they are getting, the Northern Trust Fund, vis-a-vis, are they implementing the 40% that the law and the regulations give to the people? Honorable Mule, we are a very privileged country. We are a very privileged because we host UNEP and UN Habitat. These are the only UN agencies in the global south. So it's a big privilege and honor for our country. And in fact, that's why in some quarters, Nairobi is called the environmental capital of the world. And it's the only UN body. And this is where you have the expertise, the knowledge, the pool of experts, the top world experts on environment are based in Nairobi. They advise governments very, very far away from Nairobi. As Kenyans, as a minister for nominee for environment, I want to assure you that that proximity we have to this institution, it must work in our favor. We must use the skilled labor. We must use the experts that we have. We must use the data they have to build our own environmental data. We must use them to build the capacity and the skills of our staff in our country, in the Ministry of Environment. We must do technology and skill transfer from the men and women who work. And as the focal ministry to UNEP, I want to assure this committee that I will work very, very, very closely with them. And I will work also very, very closely with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the two ambassadors, or the ambassador who is second or posted to UNEP and UN Habitat. I'll work with them, that we must make sure that this important institution help us. We are trying to build, lastly, what we call the State of the Environment Report. The State of the Environment Report, a very important report that will come to Parliament. We must leverage on the skills, on the experts who work and who come from globally at the United Nations Environmental Program and UN Habitat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nominee Aden Duale, you know, the Ministry of Environment requires a no-nonsense CS like Mishuki. You know, remember when Mishuki went to transport, he cleaned up the public transport system. And when he went to environment, he actually cleaned up Nairobi River. You could even drink the water then. But after he left, he just went back to the bad old days. Now, for us to be able to gauge your suitability, it is important that we make reference to the position that you have held, which we are aware of. And so I have two questions based on your suitability, based on your experience, your past experience. First one is corruption in the recruitment of military officers. You have been in the docket of defense, and from yesterday there was a lot of discussion about how much Kenyans have to pay so that their sons or daughters are recruited into the military. What did you do about these menace when you are CS for defense? And secondly, in the recent demos, when Kenyans were exercising their constitutional rights under Article 37, the military was deployed to Kenyan streets via Gazette Notice 7861, signed by you, on 25th of June 2024. Now, unlike police that use tear gas, canisters, batons, rubber bullets, water cannons, the military is known for live bullets, grenades, assault rifles, tankers, and bombs. Now, what was the intention behind sending the military to the streets? Was there a plan to shoot to kill demonstrators?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not John Michuki, but I will be like John Michuki. I can assure the member that I'll try my best. Nairobi River Commission used to be under the Minister of Environment. Now it's not under me. It's under the Deputy President. But we need to deal with the Nairobi River Commission. The pollution that is going on in Nairobi River Commission, Nairobi rivers, because of the dysfunctional sewage system, which needs to be upgraded. The dumping sites of Nairobi County, all of them, including Dandora, are on Nairobi and Nairobi rivers. So the governor of Nairobi, at some stage, and I hope he will listen to me if I'm appointed, he has to look for other dumping sites outside the Nairobi River Causeway, Rivers Causeway. So coming to military recruitment, I agree with you, it's a systemic issue. And I was watching yesterday, the speaker said, the president himself is concerned. But we have agreed before I left the Ministry of Defense that going forward, before the next recruitment, we must sit, we must have a conversation. The way the speaker said yesterday, I was watching him, we must communicate candid to the public, and we must deal with that monster. It cannot be a situation where few people are taken to court-martialed. Kenyans, in their mind, are saying, for you to join the military, and based on the national security sections, is supposed to be the face of Kenya. Kenyans, for them to join the military, they must pay between 400 to 500,000. I think that is unacceptable. If more, that's unacceptable, and it's part of the corruption that I was telling you, which is I think all of us together, the citizens themselves, the anti-corruption agencies, all of us together, we must face on. Why did I deploy KDF? I did not deploy KDF. The framers of the Constitution put Article 241, 3B, and 3C in the Constitution. So Kenya Defense Forces are in the streets. They're in Boni Forest fighting Al-Shabaab. They're in North Rift making sure that we deal with the banditry. They were in Westgate during the terror attack. They were in Garissa University during the terror attack where we lost many people. So for peace, public order, public safety, where the police are overwhelmed, Article 241 3B kicks in the function of the Minister for Defense. By then, me, is once the article kicks in, then I am supposed to do certain subsidiary legislation. I gazette. And Mr. Speaker, all of us know Article 132 of the Constitution obligates the President to protect the other arms of government. He is the chair of the National Security Council. That day, the Office of the Chief Justice and the Supreme Court, as an institution, was under threat, under attack. Parliament and the colleagues sitting here, if KDF did not come to assist the other security agents, God forbid, many members of Parliament could have died, including our Speaker. Parliament could have been burnt. I will not be that irresponsible as a Minister of Defense with a provision of the Constitution, I use the law. And then the House went further the next morning, because it was going on a very long recess. They invoked Article 241(3)(c). But when LSK went to court, Justice Mugambi, and I don't want to discuss more because the matter is still in court, gave orders that I should give and gazette and do a new gazette on the terms of engagement, on how many places, and I said in the 47 places. Ours was to protect key institutions. Parliament is a symbol of democracy and governance. It is the home of the people's representatives. Mr. Speaker, in all my life in Parliament, people used to come and present petitions. And any member of Parliament who's outside, near the gate, used to receive and take it to the office of the clerk or the office of the Speaker. I have never seen where people want to come and ban Parliament. So I think I want to thank the framers of the Constitution. I participated, the Speaker participated, many other members participated. I think it's today and that day, 25th of June, I realize how important Article 241(3)(b) and (c) is.
Owen.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to ask a question to the nominee, Honorable Duale. Just one question. That this country envisages to have a nuclear plant in a place called Uyombo in Kilifi County. Without due regard to the environmental issues in question, like the delicate ecosystem, the people, and the environment, Honorable Duale, going forward, if you are given this opportunity, how do you intend to treat this threat to the people of Uyombo in terms of nuclear plant in their radioactivity materials and nuclear waste and the hazards that come with nuclear installations? Just that my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Owen Baya. I think it's the same thing I was saying. How did the county government of Kilifi give land? So I want to assure you and this House and the people of Kilifi, if I am confirmed, it will be the first thing I'm going to do, go to that site, make sure all the environmental impact assessments are done, the people have participated, their views collected. And Mr. Speaker, environment is very key. I said Article 70 of the Constitution says, if a citizen feels that his rights have been curtailed in an environmental matter, it says go to the court. Public participation is very important. I will be the first person. I won't wait for you to send, if I'm approved, to summon me to Parliament on Wednesday morning. I'll do it. It will be on my table. I'll deal with it.
Murugara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Duale, there is a very bad scenario that is faced countrywide, especially as regards our riverine areas and the rivers themselves emanating from Mount Kenya, Aberdares, whereby almost a half the year now they are drying up. We are told the reasons is environmental degradation, but also climate change is blamed. As human beings, we cannot sit pretty. We must have policies in place to ensure that these rivers do not disappear forever. What policies are you likely to put in place to ensure that we recover these rivers, which are actually the bottom line of our livelihoods?
Thank you, Honorable Murugara.
Ferdinand. Let's take two.
Thank you so much, Mr. Duale. If you are actually confirmed by this committee, first of all, I want to thank you and I'll tell you that I think that I've witnessed extensive planting of efforts by the ministry in which you have been assigned. Now, to ensure that we retain that, I just want to ask you if it's possible, instead of actually interfering with the planting, what have you, in agriculture areas, is it possible, are you able to agree with me that you can now plant trees along the roads? I say this because I went to Denmark and I was surprised. The roads are all covered because we got 6 meters from the center, And that is an area that I think we can plant trees in all these areas. Secondly, and lastly, I come from slopes of Mount Elgon. I can tell you, when I was growing up, that area, forest was very thick. And it was actually an attraction of the rains. Today, it's being cleared. So what are you going to do if you get this opportunity as a Minister for Environment? What do you want to do to save Mount Elgon? And of course, I don't know about Mount Kenya and other places. Mount Elgon, where I saw thick forests being cleared now. What are you going to do?
Mamini?
Honorable Speaker, let me start with Honorable Murugara. Yes, even at the downstream of where I come from, Garissa, Tana River, you'll find the water level of Tana River, getting it from Abadeas, Mount Kenya and all that, is reducing. And I agree with you. It's all about environmental degradation. And that's why these 15 billion trees will help us to restore, to regenerate our forests. Forests play a very key role in making sure that our rivers have enough water, they are safe, they're sound. But there's another element where people have put big farms, flower farms, upstream, and use the water. So the water, in fact, is reduced because of human activity, the agriculture. And I think that should be another conversation that we will need to have. Honorable Wanyonyi, yes, roads is part of the, in these 15 billion trees. We have talked to the Ministry of Transport and the Ministry of Roads that going forward, construction of roads, mainly even in the highways, the contractor is obligated to plant trees and nurture them until they grow as part of the contract. You have seen and you have gone in many of the Western world during mainly summer. You think you are driving in a highway, but both sides of the road is forested. This can be done, and we have agreed with the President and other stakeholders, even before I came to environment, that should be one. And the contractors, it becomes part of their contract. Even now, we can still tell the contractors who are maintaining the roads, now we have a maintenance aspect, so that they can do it. Mount Elgon is part of why we should increase from 12.3% to 30% by 20. In all our wetlands, we have 11,000 wetlands. We have 8.8 forest cover. For us to increase, I think we will pick on Mount Elgon and all the areas which have been degraded, we will start doing the restoration and afforestation programs under the 15 billion presidential program.
Daud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want Honorable Duale to, he has talked about recycling, but we have a problem with recycling that the refuse collection which is done poorly, and then it is gone and put into our forests and wetlands. What will he do if he is confirmed? Secondly, you have talked about CFAs. There are agreements of CFAs, Community Forest Associations, whereby my predecessor, long time back, Honorable David Muiraria, the late, he had introduced the Shamba system, where people could go and take care of the trees in the forest, as well as do shambas, plant and take care. Because there is a problem in our forests, nominee, because there is lantana shrub. I don't know if you have heard of lantana. And that shrub, you cannot remove it. It's so expensive to remove. And the forest associations do remove it when they are planting. And I believe the Ministry of Forestry cannot remove it because the funds are not available. What would you think about that? you talked about noise pollution. That's the last one, Madam Speaker. You talked about noise pollution, and NEMA is in charge. But Honorable Duale, you know, NEMA, it's like as if it does not have teeth. Because there is noise pollution from bars, from nightclubs, from religious institutions as well. And it's a menace. So how will you handle it if NEMA do not handle it? Thank you.
Mary Massey.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. My concern is still on waste. You know, waste is a nuisance. I'm wondering what mechanisms or interventions you intend to employ to address the menace of waste, so that we convert it from being a nuisance to a resource. Recycle, reuse, produce, regenerate energy, name it, because it is a real issue. Outline for us those interventions that you will employ. Secondly, I want to pick it from the question that was asked by Honorable Mbui on corruption. You've said yourself, corruption is killing our country. And I remember when we interviewed you on your first nomination, we still raised this issue of corruption in recruitment of officers to KDF. And you promised us here that you're going to deliver. But Honorable Duale, I put it to you that you disappointed the country. During that time, the amount that was being paid was between 300 to 400. But during your time, you presided over an increase from now for 300 to 400 to 700 to 1 million. And as representatives of the people, our constituents report this to us. At some point, even efforts to reach you were not fruitful. You could not pick our calls. So now, my question is, why should we trust you? Why should we believe you? Why should we believe that you are not going to transfer this corruption to the Ministry of Environment? Because even there is recruitment of forest to others. You need to assure Kenyans that you will do something when you get to the Ministry of Environment. Lastly, Honorable Chairman.
You've asked two.
On deforestation.
Okay.
There's a lot of felling of trees, even in public forests. We are saying, let us plant trees. Let us plant. But what are we doing about deforestation? Can I ask the last one that has been requested by the public?
Go ahead.
A member of the public has asked me to ask Honorable Duale, what is your connection with the Juja International Abattoir in Mrima in Juja? It has environmental wastage. I don't know what that means. Probably you can give your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Let me start with something Mrima Juja. Maybe the people who I sell my fattened bulls take to many slaughterhouse. If they buy and take it to our slaughterhouse, that is the only relationship I have. I don't own slaughterhouse. I sell to Farmers Choice. I sell to Kenya Meat Commission. I'm a very serious livestock keeper, and I do what we call feedlot. Two, so ask that person, maybe he's looking for another Duale. Let me answer about recruitment. I refuse to pick your call and many other people's calls because of corruption. It's because of the corruption. You wanted me to employ for you people. And many members of parliament will agree with me when even they send me text. I said, please go to the nearest sub-county recruitment center. So I'm very sorry, Honorable Mercy, if I didn't pick your call, I was scared you'll ask me to recruit somebody for you. And that is the level of how I abhor corruption. Two, I think when I went, is the only recruitment that I did under my leadership. The only one. And the speaker said it's a systemic. It was
okay, inform him.
But Speaker, I must agree if I want to be informed.
Okay, point of order.
I remember the standing orders.
I know.
Point of order, Speaker.
Let's hear her.
My call, Honorable Speaker, I was calling the Honorable CS to seek clarification with respect to the concerns that were raised by my constituents, that those who were successful and had reported to the training camp were being chased away over flimsy reasons. And I think I can quote, one of my constituents was told that his testicles are not equal. That is why he's being dismissed or returned from the training camp. So I wanted to seek clarification from the CS guidelines for one to be recruited. Somebody who is successful, he has already reported and is being chased away. I wanted it to secure that slot so that my constituents do not lose it as a representative of the people of Teso South.
Mr. Speaker.
Oh, yes, what's your point of order? Okay, Mary.
It was very sad indeed. And my constituent lost that slot because I could not get the CS to clarify.
We hear you. Yes.
In fact, I had to look for a chairman of a committee to call the CS on my behalf because I thought, because I'm a small person, he can't pick mine.
You are an
He actually picked, but I was not helped. I was not helped. I am speaking on behalf of the people of Teso South.
Good. But you are vetting him on behalf of Kenyans.
Yes.
Yes, on behalf of Kenyans.
Yes.
And it did not only happen to Teso South. Many Kenyans were returned from the training camp. And we are told those slots were sold again to some waiting rich guys with 1,700,000. It cannot continue. And we made it very clear to the CS nominee for defense that it should not repeat itself next time.
Yes, Junet.
Mr. Speaker, I want to sympathize with my colleague. And that issue has been rampant, people complaining. But the only thing I'm wondering with is if the CS of defense by then could do measurement of testicles. It's what I don't know. That's what I don't know.
Mr. Speaker, let me, because Mr. Speaker, let me make it very clear.
Yes.
That the grounds given for the rejection of that recruit from Teso South is valid. Next year, if such a person comes, he will not be recruited into the Kenya Defense Force. Mr. Speaker, Kenya Defense Forces recruitment is different from the recruitment of the police. When people go are recruited at the sub-counties and they come, a very serious medical checks takes place. A number of people are sent because of medical ailments. And I think the former Vice Chief of Defense...
unequal testicles ailments.
Yeah, there were people...
Women can know that, Chair.
Mr. Speaker, I think if you allow me to finish, there are many. The testicle that I want to go to is one of them. There are many, and the chairman of defense will agree. They measure.
Point of order.
Let me finish before the point of order. Mr. Speaker, there are many colleagues. There are many leaders who sent me why their person has been chased. And in 10 minutes, the leadership of KDF could give me 1, 2, 3, 4 reasons, measurements including. So I am sure the next,
women to assist them
not only on this. So Mr. Speaker, there are certain criteria. There are many, and those who leave, they are not replaced. And I think let us not discuss, with your permission, the Kenya Defense Forces in a very negative. They have a special place in that. But the chairman of defense can call the generals in camera, and you are now talking about testicles. They will tell you something about even the teeth. They will tell you many things. And some of these things is because when you go, the training of the Kenya Defense Forces is so vigorous that you don't risk to take somebody who will die in the course of the training. So don't compare it with how the police are trained. Don't compare it with how the Kenya prisoners are trained. But I am sure the information, the reasons why many, including my sister, Mheshimiwa Mary Emase. And please, going forward, if it was in camera, Mr. Speaker, I will even tell you more. But now that it's in public, I don't want to say more.
What's your point of order?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. You know, the issue raised by Honorable Emase is something that is out there in the public. Many Kenyans complaining about. Sometimes they think those are flimsy reasons why they are not taken. And I could understand maybe someone has squinted eyes because of shooting and, you know, flat foot, maybe because of running. I'm really wondering why, if what work testicles would really have to do with joining the disciplined forces. So I don't think we should belabor, but don't take it lightly that there are Kenyans who are raising concerns on the reasons why they are not taken to disciplined forces.
Point of order.
Yes,
thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. With tremendous respect to Honorable Duale. And let the army hear this. It's very important. We know the historical background of the set pieces that were given in army recruitment, including teeth. It is there to bite bullets at a certain point in time in history. Today, they do not bite bullets. That's why you hear that saying, you will have to bite the bullet, because the Indians were refusing to do it. So you had to have teeth so that you could bite the bullet. We required tall people so that they would see enemies from a distance. Today you don't have to do that. Because if that was the case, the Chinese and the Japanese would have a challenge. Eventually, such things became disqualified. I think the whole code needs to be revised so that we do not have human rights abuses. But they are not even abuses. They are excuses that the army is using so that it is able to bar some Kenyans from joining the forces, and, as we are saying, so that other people can actually get the slots. So surely the army must open up on this.
Point.
Thank you.
Let's not escalate this.
Okay.
For avoidance of doubt, Honorable Duale, I also have a child who was sent away for exactly the same reasons as Mary Emase's.
Your Excellency, I think just to give the way forward.
Not my child,
Because
but not my son, but a child in my neighborhood.
Your Excellency,
Yes.
Speaker, you have, because of
And you remember I told you about it.
Yes, I think the leaders are raising very good valid.
Yes, Dawood, what is it?
You know, we have talked about men only, but even women are discriminated against. When they do a test, pregnancy test, they do not have anything. But once they go there, I don't know where it comes from, they have a pregnancy. And it's not true.
Anyway, let the nominee answer the question, and we move to something else.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think because the leaders are raising very important and they don't have the information, Mr. Speaker, under your direction, we have a very robust, good leader, head of the military health department called Major General Nganga, through the chair of defense. I think you can call him to Akamkunji, and he lists the conditions which disqualifies. I think because what these are raising is public knowledge. Even I think they should even go to the media, and they should sensitize the public, and I think is something we have discussed.
Focus on your environment.
So, no, let me go to. I'm no longer there, so
yes.
Yes. Next minister will deal with it if approved.
Yes.
Speaker, Honorable Dawood talked about waste management. Waste management is a serious issue in our country. Mr. Speaker, why do I say so? The law is there, the regulations are there. County governments are not enforcing. NEMA, waste management in the first place, Mr. Speaker, is a devolved function. All that as we do is to support in terms of regulatory powers. But waste management will be something, if I'm approved, that I will take it seriously. From our homes to the trucks that carry, to the dam sites. The dam site, the Dandora dam site, the one in Kachok, I think called in Kisumu, the whole environment is polluted, the air is polluted, the water is polluted. The law says you must color the bags, you must differentiate from the homes. Our homes have a responsibility. There must be designated bins in all our public places. So, Speaker, one of the things that I want to introduce, if you approve me, is that even public transport must have a bin in the buses. You know, public places like even the parliament must have those two different. In the malls, there must be different bins. The one for the organic wet, the one for the dry. But public waste management, which is a devolved function, Mr. Speaker, is an area that I think we need to deal with.
A nightmare.
A nightmare. Number two, I think the Shamba system, the community forest association are working very well. Some are abusing the law. We have now put in place what we call the community forest association management plan, where they will help us which part of the forest with a proper plan they can graze, and which part of the forest they will help us and protect, and we will use. But
are you aware that your predecessor announced that there will be a Shamba system, and shortly thereafter, she said it will not?
That, I think, I don't want to indict my colleague.
Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall.
Yes.
But Shamba system or grazing or farming in forest by communities around, under the Community Forest Association, which is in law, is about management, is about coexistence. We cannot regenerate, we cannot reforest, we cannot protect our forest if we leave the communities. Forest Service, Karura Forest, the way you see it, the way it's managed, is run by Community Forest Association, and they're doing a very good work. Noise pollution.
Do you consider allowing that kind of engagement in plantation forests and not natural forests?
Yes, yes, because we have got 150,000 hectares of plantation forest, which now we have put proper transparency and integrity measures and tendering system, unlike the old system where there was allocation by the big people in government. I think I totally agree with you. Community Forest Association, community living around must be given an opportunity, particularly where even a plantation has been removed, for them, as we plant, for them to plant and for them to farm. In fact, farming can be well done under the plantation, Mr. Speaker. Coming to noise pollution, Mr. Speaker, is another serious thing. But again, it's a devolved function. It's a county function. They have no capacity. All they do is they give license to bus, they give license to clubs, and they don't choose which neighborhood. There are people who have got sick people in their homes. There are people who have children who are doing homework. There are people who want to sleep early. But today you'll find bars and clubs in the residential area. Mr. Speaker, we will not leave that to county governments. We will enforce it. NEMA will enforce it. We will not allow noise pollution to take place in residential areas. The whole zoning, the whole land use system, even the land use system that the county government, has violated, must be brought back. So noise pollution is key, and we are going to deal with it, but it's a default function. I think, Honorable Mayor, I must say I have discussed about the waste management.
Let's go to Gikaria.
Waste management I have done. Reforestation, we are doing very well with the 15 billion tree planting program that we have.
Gikaria.
Thank you, Chair. I've really taken note, being a chair of the Environment and Forestry Committee, the departmental committee, just for purposes of future reference on what the nominee is saying. But, Honourable Chair, I have two issues. One is about the 15 billion trees, a very ambitious program, but the scientists and a few of the experts are also arguing in terms of forest fires. Assuming we have the 15 billion trees, and only half of that God forbid, catches fire. So what are the plans that the nominee will take into consideration when he will be, if nominated? What plans do you have to address forest fires? Secondly, and I don't want to belabor on the pollution that has been spoken about, Honorable Chair, most of our schools and other institutions from the colonial times have been using asbestos for purposes of roofing. And asbestos over the time have been a cause of cancer and environmental pollution. Maybe what plans are there for the nominee to address the use of asbestos in, that are in our schools, health institutions, and so many other places? Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thanks, Speaker. Mine to begin with is, Speaker, I was looking at the resume or the CV of the nominee, and the CV has given a lot of hope to many Kenyans, professionals, that it's not only that you must come from Nairobi University that you can be nominated as a minister.
Which one is Nairobi University?
Almost every nominee, Honorable Speaker.
The University of Nairobi, it's not Nairobi University.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you and I respect. I'll go your direction, but I will call it Nairobi University or University of Nairobi. But almost every nominee, Honorable Speaker, and I think this is good for record, for future, that people who have been to other universities, Moi University, Kenyatta University, all the people, Honorable Speaker, that I have seen, is only Nairobi University, Nairobi, almost everybody. Until when I was saying...
Kindiki came from Moi University.
It's only one. It's actually a rare species. With this one, there are only two. Everybody else, Honorable Speaker, and I think it's good for record, that other universities, graduates from other universities, are qualified to become also nominees of ministers and even ahead of it should not be Nairobi University. What about Kenyatta University? What about Moi University? And so on and so forth. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I will use the questions asked by other members to judge the suitability of the candidate. I thank you, Speaker.
Mine is very brief. Honorable...
You have any questions or don't answer?
Honorable Duale is telling us to plant trees, but yet Kenya Power on the other side is busy felling trees. There's I don't know, there's a trend in this country that Kenya Power has decided that it is actually going to bring down trees. Nairobi is awash with very hoary situation of trees that have been felled by Kenya Power, very recklessly. Some very old indigenous trees. Honorable Duale, what will you do so that this cross-purpose by government is immediately stopped? Number two is the Mau forest. The Mau ecosystem has become a problem. Successive governments have not been able to deal with the situation. There's a lot of the human activity, and it is because of settlement of people living around Mau forest. What will you do to make sure that the people who've been moved out of Mau forest are resettled?
Yes, go ahead, nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start with the asbestos. Mr. Speaker, asbestos is a serious matter. Asbestos produces something called fiber that leads to lung cancer. And Mr. Speaker, we have mapped out, the ministry has mapped out, NEMA has mapped out 4 ministries who their institutions still have asbestos since independence. The Ministry of Defense, if you go to our barracks in Lanet and everywhere, Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Education, many schools, and Ministry of Lands and Housing.
And churches.
And health. I'm just first and talking for government.
Yes.
So Speaker, we have given, and health, we have given government entities until, if you approve me, December 2024, they must remove. And NEMA has put in place a program on how to dispose those asbestos. We expect county governments to give us land, field. Secondly, and more important, Mr. Speaker, now that we come to churches and other now individual private citizens, within the next 3 months, if this committee approves me, we will also do an audit and map the whole country where asbestos roof is still in place. It's a dangerous thing, it's a threat to our health, and it is a cause of lung cancer, Mr. Speaker. I think on the 15 billion, Honorable Gikaria, it is not over-ambitious. We have to do it, and that's why the people of Kenya, in their own wisdom, have preserved environment in the preamble of the Constitution, in articles of the Constitution, whether we like it or not, in our own homes, in our farms, in the roads. Each and every citizen must take a responsibility of planting and trees and be part and parcel of this regeneration, reforestation, tree planting, increasing our tree cover, increasing our forest cover, and be at par with our neighbor Ethiopia. Honorable Koech, I agree with you. They cut my trees. And when I went home, Mr. Speaker, I asked, but the lines were just too thin. They should have cut only a branch. Yes. But, Mr. Speaker, I think we are lacking, and we are going to introduce, if you allow me, if you approve me, I want to introduce something called urban forestry planning and urban green spaces. As we sit here, there's no even stakeholder. This Ministry of Forestry and KPLC and the people who are in the road agencies and others, there is nothing called urban forestry planning. We must plan for our green spaces in urban cities. We must plan for our trees in urban cities. Every citizen plants trees. They buy from, they have seen on the road. And then an entity called Kenya Power Lighting cannot. Speaker, I will introduce what is happening in India. In India, you can't cut a tree, even in your own homestead, before you plant another one. You need to go and get a permit. You say, I am going to cut a tree in my house, but I'm going to replace, and I have planted it, and you show evidence. Secondly, even if you have half an acre in India, you must tell the planners, the county, that 20% of my compound is for tree planting, is for forest.
Nominee.
And yes, so I think those are the
We were with you in this parliament when we passed the Forest Act. And among the salient features was that each and every owner of land in Kenya, both private and public, must plant a minimum of 10% of that land with trees. You remember? Yes. How are you going to enforce that?
Give me the job, Mr. Speaker. Give me the job. I will implement. It's the law. I'm not reinventing the wheel.
It's not unique to India.
Yeah.
We have it in our statutes.
Yeah. India, in fact, Mr. Speaker, is 30%, but we start with 10%.
Ours was 10%.
But, Honorable Koech, I want to categorically tell you that if this House approves me, the first meeting that we're going to have with the KPLC, with the road agencies, with the other people who provide social amenity facilities, that they cannot come and cut trees, anyhowly, without due regard to the law. No, on Mau Forest, Mr. Speaker, Mau Forest, you know the history of Mau Forest. It has consumed people politically. And I don't want, because I will not be, I'm not in politics, but it has consumed many people. But I want to urge my colleague, and I'll sit with the communities around that place, because even today the biggest problem we have is Mau Forest, where a lot of illegal grazing is taking place, and that illegal grazing is taking place by very powerful people who are in position. It's not the ordinary citizens. But still, we will use the community forest association provided in law on how we manage Mau. We have fenced a greater part of Mau, and we will fence, once we get resources, the other part. Fencing is the way to go to conserve our forest, Mr. Speaker and members.
Naisula.
Thank you, Chairman. So, listening and having interacted with Honorable Duale in the National Assembly as our majority leader then, it will be important to know your position or what you think about public servants engaging in politics, whether actively, in what you say, in what you do. What is your thought on that, including public servants participating in harambees? I would like to know what your position is on that is, so that we know whether if someone wants to be a public servant, then you be a public servant. If you want to be a politician, you go back to politics. And I want to put it to you on the same breath, and even to Kenyans who are watching, that the beauty of vetting is not only to find the nominees to be suitable, but also to hold you to account in case we find you suitable and other nominees as a country and as a parliament. And just on that, because you have said you have warned illegal forests, land encroachers, you will revoke titles on top state officials who are holding. It's actually now on 411. You can be sure Kenyans will hold you to account, because you know there's something that always follows you on that Al-Shabaab list to date. So just know that even this will follow you. I'm just saying that this will also follow you if we find you suitable. But on matters environment, very quickly, while sustainable logging may be healthy for forests, how will you ensure the ban on protected indigenous trees is enforced and that close monitoring is allowed during logging? Because the Kenya Forest Service only devised a plan for access, control, monitoring, and reporting actual harvesting. However, there is no established framework and procedure to monitor, verify, and audit millers' compliance with licenses and permits to avoid double allocation. How will you ensure that we don't log our indigenous trees? And finally, the staffing at KFS is not adequate. How will you ensure that you put mechanisms for using aerial, GPS, guided harvesting technologies to monitor forest resources and logging activities? Thank you.
Nominee.
Mr. Speaker, public servants, me included, if I'm approved by this House, I'll take whatever it takes to promote, to expound, to communicate government agenda, government achievements to the people of Kenya, whether I'm in Samburu with Honorable Lesuda. So I serve the government of the day, and I'll speak for the government of the day. And I think that is what public servants should do. Public servants should not get involved in the local politics, in the county politics. They are supposed to be unifying factors. In fact, to the contrary, it's supposed to bring people together. For people to buy government agenda and for you to succeed in implementing government policies and achievements and programs, you need leaders across the political divide, whether, and more so, those who are elected and those who are the community leadership. The 411, the one on Al-Shabaab was fake news. But this one, please hold me accountable. I am one person who believes in accountability, Mr. Speaker. In the last 2 years, you and the clerk and the chairs of various committees will agree, I have been diligent when I'm called upon to Parliament, either to its committee, to the plenary, and the only time I refused to pick telephones, God forbid, was when during the recruitment. And that one I've given good reason. But I talk to members. And I am one person who respects the legislature, I respect the judiciary, and I respect people in public service. So I am ready. And please protect me when I cancel title deeds, when I do actions that is in the interests of the people of Kenya and the citizens and the country, Mr. Speaker, as our leader, please, if people want to bring impeachment to fight me, you must help me and protect me, if that is the case. The Harambee, Mr. Speaker, I'm a person who believes in Harambee. I think I have built more mosques and madrasas, and charity is a cardinal principle in my religion. Every year, in fact, this month is the month of Zakah in the Islamic calendar. This month I'm paying from what I have, and Honorable Junaid will agree with me. So Zakah can be Harambee. You'll see in my form that I have presented the number of madrasa of women in Garissa. Close to 5,000 women are in Islamic madrasa, courtesy of the charity I did through Harambee. I am sure there is a bill the leader of majority is going to bring. Those of us who believe in the Almighty God, that whatever He gives you, you must share. I really want to urge you, when that bill comes, let's regulate it. There are people who abuse it. Recipients abuse it, others abuse it. They use the money, stolen, corruption for Harambee, for other things. But let us, particularly, let us regulate that you can help the poor person who could not pay school fees in Samburu, in Garissa, in Eldoret, that you can finance through your own resources that God has given you, the good medical care clinic that Honorable Deputy Speaker did to many people. So I don't think whether we can close Harambee, but it's good we regulate it. And I think most of us who sit here every weekend and in our life as leaders, we have, God has blessed us because of that. I think logging. I think logging plantation, I said 150,000 hectares are made of plantation in our forest. There used to be the culture, Mr. Speaker, when you were minister, you remember, it used to be, what do you call it, allocation. Tied with corruption. Who is who? The really sawmillers were not getting it. The really people in the timber industry were not getting it. Mr. Speaker, that has stopped. Now, we have a segment for the local sawmillers within that forest, I think up to about 40%. Then we have another 60%. Then we have 40% for the other national sawmillers. But all this must be done through a proper, transparent procurement system, which is on our website, the website of Kenya Forest Service, and each and every Kenyan will be given, Mr. Speaker. Corruption will not be there when it comes to logging. And then last, I think, is technology. Honorable Lesuda, if you want us, of course, we want to increase our staff. We want to even use technology. We want to use drone to plant trees. We go to a forest, we see the degraded area, we use a drone that can do 2 million seeds in 1 hour. That technology is what we want to monitor our forest, to help our forest adjutants, to help our forest rangers, technology. But all this needs resources, and as a member of the budget committee, when Honorable Chair of Environment, Honorable Gikaria come, please support us.
Honorable Duale, if
Wena itangatho ngene rikinyire ya Kenya na njira ya mwanya, itangatho ria biacara, wendia wa migunda, magongona ngurani ta kumenyire muingi motungata maria kambuni yaku iraheana, kana kumenyire muingi mathomo maria thukuru waku uraheana, imenyithie ciaikwa hamwe na motungata mangi, uka wonjorithie na ithui na thogora mubacirire, twarire kugera thimu namba 0742606195 kana email niyo sales@gtntv.co.ke kana utucire wabici-ini citu GCTC Complex, former Othaya Teachers College, GTN TV, muci wa iheo na tarada.
Igwa rwimbo guthakara ungenda kwigwatira rwimbo uyu ni wira rwa Elizabeth Gasha rutwikite skiza tune thimu-ini yaku ni undu muhuthu SMS ritwa skiza 5812331 utume kuri 811 ni ritwa skiza 5812331 utume kuri 811 wigwatira rwimbo uyu ni wira rwa Elizabeth Gasha thimu-ini yaku rutwike rwa kirathimo muturire-ini waku wa family yaku ona arata aku. Igwa rwimbo guthakara ungenda kwigwatira rwimbo mukaire rwa Chris Mwangi rutukite skiza tune thimu-ini yaku ni undu muhuthu SMS ritwa skiza 6939672 utume kuri 811 ni ritwa skiza 6939672 utume kuri 811 wigwatira rwimbo mukaire rwa Chris Mwangi thimu-ini yaku rutuke rwa kirathimo muturire-ini waku wa family yaku ona arata aku.
Kenge ya kero ni narwothe mutumiana tuyatari mwana agikaira mwathani wo yakimuri.
amukira ngeithi na gitio kinene ngage kunyita ugeni guku kwa GTN TV gakihoka ni utindithie thayo haria hothe ungikorwo uri umuthi ari ni tariki 2 mweri wa kanana mwaka wa 2024 gakihoka utindithie thayo no urathie na mbere na guteithiriria gukuria bururi ni ihinda riega tukumenyithie maria marathie na mbere gukunuka goko bururi ni uginyagia nja wa bururi no mbere daya tamukire mamwe ma maria tukuhaririirie miaraho ino
mamwe ma maria tukuhaririirie GTN miaraho.
My question to the nominee.
Mihango ya Guthurimwo Kwa Mamminista kurika thiku ya keri umuthi. Hassan Omar Hassan niwe riu kunyitirira kwa ihinda giturwa kia mwandiki munene kiama-ini kia UDA. Mubunge wa Nyandarua kuga hari na bata wa kuroboya mwana wa kairetu bururi-ini. Arugamiriri a KTDA kuria ateti matige kuingirira uteti urimi-ini wa macani.
Na ngage kunyita ugeni ororingi mohoro-ini ma GTN miaraho itikira kwaranigia na ithwe ng'enda-ini citu cia ukinyaniria mwena wa Facebook ni GTN TV Digital na mwena wa YouTube ni GTN TV na ugitikire gituma ndumiriri yaku tukorwo tugikorwo tugicitambura ona twatiriha gikunjo kia GTN miaraho mutorite na njira ya ciiko ni Lucy Shege na ni ritwa riakwa ni Snyder Shege. Mihango ya Guthurimwo Kwa Mamminista ya aria meriga kwendekithio ni mutongoria wa bururi Ndagitari William Ruto umuthi ni igirite thiku ya keri umuthi uria wambiriirio gicungi-ini giki ni uria wamurirwo ministry ya urimi niwe Dr. Andrew Muhia Karaja na uria wikinyirie mbere ya kamiti ino ya bunge kuria agikorirwo agitetera niki gukorwo tuma atuike wa kwagiririka gukorwo akiamurirwo ministry ino ya urimi. Oho mundu gwitwo Karaja augite ati kana ni ateaniire uge wa ati ararutaga wira arita muteithiriria wa hakuhi wa minister wa tene wa urimi niwe Mithika Linturi uria urumirire uthurimi-ini wa Mamminista ni mwamure ni uria wariho na uria wamurirwo ministry ya uhoro wa ithaka niwe Aden Duale gatagati ka agi aria megukorwo makithurimwo umuthi ni hamwe na Davis Churchill wendekithirio ministry ya ukui hamwe na Margaret Ndungu uria wendekithirio ministry ya ukinyaniria.
My question to the nominee. The country has suffered recurrent drought, flooding, occasioned by climate change. In the process, we've lost a lot of livestock through starvation, millions of livestock. We've also lost crops through flooding. Some are washed away. Even the crops that manage to survive do not perform well because of too much water. My question is, what mitigation measures can you put in place to reduce the loss of livestock during future droughts?
What I would want to put to him is the coffee sector is in turmoil. Prices and theft at the coffee factories are rampant. we need to probably develop new varieties and value addition for coffee. What would be your position on that? Secondly, the Kenya Kwanza government, I believe.
The issue about livestock and climate change. Climate change is a definite threat to agriculture and many other sectors, including energy and others. And it has to be dealt with. Measures have to be taken. And in particular, when you go to livestock, especially where it is practiced in the arid and semi-arid areas, that is where climate change is becoming a big issue due to the persistent droughts. And we have to invest in mitigation and adaptation measures in those areas.
Mr. Speaker, we have a serious problem between how county governments enforce their physical planning and zoning of areas and the role of environmental institutions in making sure that zoning is respected. So, Speaker, even here in Nairobi, you'll find county governments with no regard to the law, to the Physical Planning Act, allowing industry and factories to be established in
tugugikorwo tukirumiriria na uhoro ucio wigie Guthurimwo Kwa Mamminista na tugikorwo tugikuhaririria riboti nginyaniru uguo makiria wona cihanda riboti ni cia thaa imwe o ndume na cia thaa ithatu tugithi na mbere. Hassan Omar Hassan niwe riu ukunyitirira kwa ihinda gituro kia mwandiki munene kiama-ini kia UDA wari ni kurumirira guteanirio gwa Cleophas Malala uria kwa ihinda akoretwo ari gituro-ini giki ikinya riri riroka kurumirira giikaro kia atongoria amemba kiama-ini giki kurumirira ngucanio iria ikoretwo ho kiama-ini giki kwa ihinda. Na tugithi na mbere ciama iria ni ngwataniro ya Azimio la Umoja One Kenya ni gutabania mucemanio wa keri niguo guciririra uria mwerekera ugukorwo ugithi na mbere. Ino ni ndumiriri irerekereirio ni mutongoria wa kiama kia Wiper niwe Kalonzo Musyoka uria augite thutha wa ODM kuoneka riu iri thirikari-ini hari na bata wa riu kumenya na njira njithiranu uria megukorwo magitungatira andu wa kiama mari mwena wa thirikari-ini kana mung'ethaniro-ini ciĩgiĩ watho. Kalonzo Musyoka augite ni kieha kuona thirikari iri oho ti thirikari iretikira guthia-ini kana iretikira guthia-ini kurutithia wira watho uria ufatairie.
We called for a retreat as Azimio. We will be going for a retreat, and when we do, even to Secretary General Sifuna of ODM, because ODM declared they are still within Azimio. Okay? And then the leadership of the House is a matter for the parliamentary group of Azimio, right? Parliamentary group of Azimio, not parliamentary group of ODM, to agree on those names. Yeah? But I remember we have somebody like Robert Mbui, who is a deputy minority leader, right? And he was working with Wandai that time. Wandai is being proposed for a cabinet post, right? So we're going to meet. The important thing is, as Azimio, we'll have a retreat, and we are going to discuss all these things and give some very clear direction on the vibrancy of the opposition. Because issues still continue. You cannot be one leg here and another leg there. People need clarity. But also to realize we are dealing with the people, a government that does not believe in the rule of law. So now that the Court of Appeal has made a declaration on the illegality by dint of the fact that this thing has been unconstitutional, we expect that they will now have to abide by that decision. Now, prevarication by way of wanting to do ABC, I think they should avoid. They should demonstrate. And this is what the GNCs have been saying. The GNCs are saying there's no need for any conversation or any dialogue. What you need to do is adherence to the rule of law and to the Constitution.
Tugithi na mbere atungatiri a kanitha itiganite na makiria cia kiroho kuma kaunti-ini ya Nyeri ni marutite mawoni matiganite thutha wa kamiti iria yombitwo ni President William Ruto mweri-ini wa gatano mwaka uyu guthurima migendere ya mirutire wira ya kanitha iria irathomithia mirugamo miruru kana mirugamo miruru ya dini kuregana na mendekithia mao muthenya wa iyo. Mendekithia maya maraneanirwo muthenya wa ira ni uria uratongoria kamiti ino uria wari mwandiki mukaru wa kanjo ya makanitha bururi-ini NCCK Dr. Matava Musie. Murithi wa Ishura ni aratariria. Koroto kiamukira ripoti iyo gwa ica ikuhi oguo turagithi na mbere tugithi na mbere thirikari ni ikiririirie mubango wa gutigirira mirutire ya kana miturire ya airetu ni yahutha makiheo tauro cia utheru kuri airetu mashukuru-ini guothe bururi-ini makiri cukuru-ini wa Mara Comprehensive mwena wa Kibeberi kaunti-ini ya Nyandarua hindi ya uruguria wa uheani wa tauro ici mubunge mutumia kaunti-ini ino niwe Faith Gitau augite ni wega anyiti itemi matiganite guka hamwe na gutigirira muiretu ni aromboiyo kuona ati amwe ni makoragwo na ihinda iritu kuona ona matire ginyagia na uhoti kuona tauro icio akiuga ino ni njira imwe ya gutigirira gutire muiretu waga guthie cukuru ni wagi wa tauro kuona ni maguteithiriria kana ni maria mukagira tauro ici oro mweri kuma kuri thirikari nene kugerera wabici-ini yake. Aciari na arutani matinahitha gikeno kiao makiuga ni ikinya riega kuona arutwo matiretiraga irathi na riu ni mekuhota kuongerera nginyagia mathomo mao.
Sanitary pads ni tondu ni turamenya ati ni gukoretwo na thina muno wa sanitary pads, but today kana muthenya uyu wa umuthi ni gikeno giakwa muno ni tondu ni twagia na breakthrough ya sanitary pads na ni njui ati gutigukorwo na thina ringi ni tondu mbeca cia pads cirigeragira wabici ya women rep kana irigeragira wabici-ini yakwa tuka make sure ati ni twagura sanitary pads na ni ciaheo airetu o mweri ni kuga ati every school ni kurikoragwo na sanitary pads cia airetu na tutigukorwo na thina ringi ni tondu ni tunyitireirwo ni thirikari nene ya William Samuel Ruto na nikio maundu marahoteka. Ndiramuhoya muthie na mbere kuhoera thirikari ino irugame nigetha tuhote guthie na mbere na wira ni tondu wira ni muingi.
Tukiririkana Girlfriend Day na mwena ungi tukona ati mama witu wa kaunti Faith Gitau ni aririkanite boy child na akaririkana girl child. Ni makenete muno tondu ni mahetwo iheo airetu ni maheo sanitary towels na tuindo tungi nake boy child onake ni murore ni tondu ni ainukia kamkoba na tugakena muno muthenya wa muthi ni undu wa mama kaunti witu Faith Gitau kuririkana boy child na girl child. Ni tui kuria ciana igereire mathina maingi matuko ma nau kabere mwana wa muiretu agakorwo na thikũ cigana ona iria atarahota guthie cukuru ni undu wa mathina mwanya mwanya no riu auku gwitu Kibeberi kuhitukira welfare ya mama kaunti Faith Gitau ni arore na riu marihotaga guthie cukuru thiko ciothe gutari hindi maritiraga ni tondu macirahi mao ni maroretwo.
Na tugakiuga nä ihåmuka kå rä airĩtu kuona nä maragĩthiĩ na mbere na gũthiĩ na mbere na kũrũmbũiyo nĩguo gũtigĩrĩra nĩ magĩkorwo magĩthoma na njĩra ĩrĩa yagĩrĩire. Riboti ĩyo kuma Nyandarua ĩgagĩtũhe kamweke gũikiria o hanini, no ĩndĩ ndũgagĩthengie mĩtambo, nĩ tũracokereria ngo ica ikuhĩ thiĩ na mbere na wĩroreri wa ceceni ĩno wendete ya GTN TV nĩ tũracokereria.
We are putting certainty in their future so you can have a peaceful life. Exploring emerging opportunities so you can explore life. Covering your health so you can share your well-being with others. Taking care of your investments so you can enjoy the fruits of your wise decisions. With Britam, we are assured of over 55 years experience in life insurance, health insurance, general insurance, investments, and retirement solutions. Britam, with you every step of the way.
Andika maũndũ ta skiza tuni ya thimũ yaku. Hihinya *837*321# na igwatĩre rwĩmbo rũrũ ta rũgambi rwa thimũ yaku.
RBG Engineering Limited is an engineering company that specializes in fabrication and forming projects involving stainless steel, mild steel, and aluminum, and is committed to quality, reliability, and cutting-edge technology. Our services include metal folding, metal cutting, architectural steelwork, on-site services, while ensuring we collaborate with our clients from the initial idea stage, developing the concepts and translating them into computer-aided designs. For more information, contact 0738 123 123 or visit our offices in Kingongo, opposite Shell Petrol Station along the Nyeri-Nyahururu Highway. RBG Engineering Limited, building the future.
Nĩ ngatho makĩria nĩ gwĩtĩkĩra gũthiĩ na mbere kũnyitanĩra na kwĩrorera ceceni ĩno wendete ya GTN TV. Tũgĩcoka kũrĩ riboti ĩrĩa yuma hau gabere nĩ atĩ atungatĩri a kanitha itiganĩte na makĩria cia kĩroho kuma kaunti-inĩ ya Nyeri nĩ marutĩte mawoni matiganĩte thutha wa kamĩtĩ ĩrĩa yombĩtwo nĩ President William Ruto mweri-inĩ wa gatano mwaka ũyũ gũthũrima mĩgendere na mĩrutĩre wĩra ya kanitha iria irathomithania mĩthomo mĩrũrũ ya ndini kũregana na mendekithia mao muthenya wa iyo. Mendekithia maya maneanirwo muthenya wa iyo nĩ ũrĩa ũratongoragia kamĩtĩ ĩno ũrĩa warĩ mwandĩki mũkaru wa kanjũ ya makanitha bũrũri-inĩ NCCK nĩwe ndagĩtarĩ Matava Musi. Mũrĩithi wa Icura nĩ aratarĩria.
Bishop Erastus Njoroge augĩte mendekithia macio nĩ magĩrĩire kuona nĩ mahĩtia atungatĩri gwĩtia kĩgĩna nĩguo kũhera mũingĩ no ningĩ akĩruta thirikari mahĩtia kuna niyo igondagirira wira-ini wayo amu ruhonge rwa ugaceru bururi-ini rubatie gukorwo ruri maitho na kumurika ahunjia amaigirira ta Pastor Paul Mackenzie kuria miri ya andu makiria ma 400 yahithukirio mwena wa Shakahora guku ni kuria gicua-ini thutha wa Mackenzie kwirikana niwe wacungireirie gikuo kia andu acio the
ndekithia macio mararehirwo ni andu acio ti mothe no mamo ni thumu hari kanitha hasa hari kanitha witu wa kiroho ndironire undu ucio urathii na mbere ni ndironire maundu macio ti mega unekubatara guikarirwo thi undu uri ungi twakiugire atiriri riria mathiururukaga guku Kenya tukiuga mathondekari mendekithia maria maguthondekari mambe mamarehe kuri ithuĩ tumaigue twamaigua riu tucoke twangiri no riu gutiri undu mwitikanirie ni andu othe ni andu acio biu na ndarora ri ngona watho uria murehe no ta uria wari kuo hindi ya githu no ngeciria no taguo moyo ni uronire maraugire twirwo ni turanegena tunyihirio inegene kindu ta kiu uguo koguo ngona kiria maracaria kana kiria kiracaria na njira ya hitho ni kanitha wa Ngai.
Hamwe na uguo Njoroge augite ino ni njama ironekana kunina atungatiri amwe kuona kuga ni makwandikithia kanitha weru ni nditi nene amu thirikari noyo iretikiria kwandikithio gwa nginyagia kwa ikundi cia andu ahura umwe
andu aya korwo ndeto iria mararia cia registration ri ko mararia tiriri kuma riu registration mundu akika registration ya kanitha kurikagwo uno uguo ni wega na hihi githomo magakigwo horo wa githomo na no wega no gutingirwo ati makanitha mothe marigistwo afresh.
Mwena-ini wake Pastor Peter Gitahi akiruta miario ota ino akiuga uhunjia ni ritana na uguo hatiri bata wa muhunjia kuhenia muingi na gwitia muhothi niguo maringirwo ciama kana mahunjirio kuona ni mugaru na wendi wa ibuku itheru ria Ngai.
Gutire watho wetikiritie mundu kana Biblia yugite ati niguo hoere mundu no nginyagia urute mbeca tondu twaheirwo free Jesu okire niguo asefu andu mahonokio no ndokire niguo etie mbeca koguo wa mbere njuge ucio ti undu mwega na ti undu tungi support yetu ati no nginya mundu ahoerwo aruta mbeca mundu ahoyagirwo nginya atari mbeca.
Hamwe na uguo makiuria thirikari guthurima mendekithia maya ringi niguo matigatuike a kuhinyiririka
makiregister afresh ri niiri ndikugarura ritwa ria kanitha witu no ritwa riria taru ngari ri niragarurwo kuri namba irarihirwo ringi ti uru tondu thirikari no kinya yethe mbeca no ni atiriri angikorwo gwitwo o ritwa riria ndiretagwo ria kanitha witu ri nike kiratuma gutuike ati no muhaka diregistwo nigetha registwo ringi afresh. I think uguo ti wega ona hanini.
Ngiribotera GTN TV ni njitagwo Muriithi wa Icora.
Nĩ ngatho Mũrĩithi wa Icora nĩ ũndũ wa riboti ĩyo. Tũgĩthiĩ na mbere, arũgamĩrĩri rũhonge rwa wendia wa macani bũrũri-inĩ nĩyo KTDA nĩ morĩtie ateti kuma kaunti-inĩ ya Kirinyaga matige kũigĩrĩra ũrĩmi mwena-inĩ ũcio. Magĩtongorio nĩ mũikarĩri gĩtĩ wa rũhonge rũrũ gĩcigo-inĩ gĩkĩ nĩwe John Mĩthamo. Arũgamĩrĩri acio maugĩte atĩ gĩkundi gĩa KTDA kĩrekwo gĩtwarithie mĩhang'o ya ũrĩmi wa macani nĩguo kũhe kanya arĩmi kũgĩa na maciaro mega. Mwandĩki witũ wa Renga Nguya nĩ aratarĩria.
Arũgamĩrĩri a rũhonge rwa wendia wa macani gũkũ bũrũri-inĩ KTDA nĩ morĩtie ateti kuma kaunti-inĩ ya Kirinyaga matige kũingĩrĩra ũrĩmi wa macani mwena-inĩ ũcio.
Leo tulikuwa na uchaguzi wa board member mwenyekiti wa Kirinyaga wa KTDA Holdings na tumefurahi. Director wote wamemchagua, wamesema na kauli moja ataendelea na hiyo kiti ingine ya national chairman.
Maugĩte atĩ ateti maigĩte ahũranĩri itu rwa mbere hĩndĩ ya gĩthurano gĩa KTDA na kĩrĩa kĩrahanĩkire ciumia nini tu hĩtũku gĩkĩrũgamĩrĩrwo nĩ rũhonge rwa kũrũgamĩrĩra ithurano gũkũ bũrũri-inĩ rwa IEBC.
Hii sekta ya majantai inataka mtu mwenye anasimama na msimamo moja, na tumekagua na watu Kenya mzima. Ndio maana John Wasana anasema hata ile election ambayo itafanyika kule juu ifanywe na IBC, kwa sababu sisi hatutaki ukora, tunataka transparent. Na IBC kwa sababu ya nini? Itakuwa na independence of mind, fairness na transparency.
Oho, mithamo augite ati urugamiriri wa macani ni ukoretwo no maumirira mega, akiuga marihi ma mweri muhituku ni wongererekete kuma ciringi 20 nginya ciringi 25, akiuga mari na mwihoko munene ati marihi macio ni makuongerereka nginya ciringi 30.
Politicians should not get involved in the tea industry. Let the leadership of the tea industry ifanye kazi yao, kwa sababu kama sasa we are here as representatives of our factories, and nobody out there should come and start interfering, kwa sababu sisi kazi yetu, what we want is pesa mfukoni kwa wakulima. Lakini sasa kunaonekana kuna watu ambao wako na nia mbaya. Sasa uchaguzi umeisha. All we want as directors of zone 5 ni kuangalia maslahi ya mkulima na hakuna kitu kingine.
Girifotira musho iheo na tarada GTN TV. Jitekago Wariga Waguya.
As the duly elected board member.
Na tugithi na mbere itemi-ini ria kuririkana mwambiriria wa ngwataniro ya atumia Mothers Union kanitha-ini wa Anglican niwe mere sana mwaka-ini wa 1940 atumia etikia a kanitha uyu kuma parish ya Cathedral county-ini ya Nyeri marari na giikaro na ciana cia matangine Odo na family iria itehotete kuma majengo ya Nyeri na ni thutha na ko thutha-ini kurianira irio cia miaraho kanitha-ini wa ACK St Peters county-ini ya Nyeri. Mwandikito Macharia wa Kiboi aratariria.
Are na itemi-ini ria kuririkana mwambiriria wa ngwataniro ya Mothers Union kanitha-ini wa Anglican niwe Maria Sam na miaka-ini ya 1940 atumia etikia kanitha uyu kuma parish ya Cathedral mauma na gikaro na ciana cia matangine undu umwe na family imwe itehotete kuma majengo ya Nyeri na thutha ucio kuria marianire irio cia ranji kanitha-ini wa ACK St Peters county-ini ya Nyeri. Akiaria hindi igongona ria muikariri gitwa wa Mothers Union Jane Ngari haugite makoragwo na igongona riko ihinda ria kiumia kimwe o mwaka na riria metaga Talanta Week riria makorwo makigerekania na nginyo cia Maria Samna cia kurora aria matehotete akuru aria mari korokoro-ini na aria arwaru.
Na muthenya wa umuthi tugukoragwo tukifindi ciana cia street na tondu wiki ino yothe turakorwo tukicelebrate wiki ya Talanta iria tukoragwo twinayo thiini wa o mwaka ni undu wa kuririkana kiririkano kia Mary Samna uria riwe mwambiriria wa kiungano giki kia Mothers Union. Wiki ino tukoretwo tugithie mathibitari-ini kuona arwaru, tugathie micii-ini kuona arwaru aria mari micii-ini, kuri angi mathiete prisons, kuri mathiete macukuru, kuri mathiete kubindi ciana ici cia street, ona kuri angi mathiete nginya gukorwo makihoya na akuru, ona kuri magukorwo magithie nginya kuhoya na andu aria matigitwo ni athuri ao na magatigwo ni atimia ao ona ciana cia ngoriari.
Hamwe na uguo akiuria atumia othe kunyitana kuiga mbica ta ya Maria Samna kuona niyo itugi na mithingi ya micii ya ruriri.
Ndigirigiriria mutumia wothe, mutumia ni mutumia wikaga ciiko cia tha ati hindi ciothe ina family mutumia no okoragwo aroretwo iguru even in the community nigetha mutumia agakoragwo ari kionereria kiega ari mucii ari bururi ona hari kanitha.
Mwena-ini wake Simon Kimama uria ni mutithiriria wa muhunjia kanitha-ini uyu akiuga kiumia giki atiri umutho wa kiumia kuria Mothers Union magakorwo magietha kigina kuma kuri andu endi mwega ya guteithiriria guthoitira mabata ma muingi.
Wiki ino ni hindi thiini wa diocese itu ya Mount Kenya West tukorwo na kiumia kia Mothers Union aria makorotwo magika maundu maingi kuma o Monday all through kinyagia Sunday riria meka climax yao na muthenya wa gwetha indo iria ingiteithia department ya matha. Gikundi kia matha kiambiririo ni mutumia tagwo Mary Samna na akianjia ni andu mathia magiteithagiriria wira wa Ngai na kugo ndu cio thiete ugithia na mbere na ni undu wikao in the whole country thiini wa thi yothe na ko tugakena muno ni tondu wa wiki ino ni mautaga wira muingi muno wa gu support wira wa kanitha, gu support andu agai, ona gu support community. To muthe tuma na street children etwa feed ciana ta igana rimwe, ni try na muthenya turathiite kuona andu aria arwaru, tuthire kuona andu aria ciana cia ndigwa, ona atumia ndigwa, tuthia tugika ona thiini wa njera no tuthia nigetha tukaya na ihinda nao. Thank you.
I only memorize this verse, and it comes from 1 Corinthians chapter 10 verses 31, and it says, therefore, whatever you eat or drink, or what you do it for the glory of God.
Handũ-inĩ ha mũciĩ wa iheo na taranda rĩakwa na macharia o wa Kĩboi.
No akigwa memory verse ĩrĩa twagĩthomirwo hau nĩ mũndũ ũcio wĩ hau, na riboti ĩyo ya Kĩboi ya macharia wa Kĩboi nĩyo ĩragĩtwĩkĩrĩra gaturumo gĩkũnjũ-inĩ kĩa GTN mĩaraho. Mohoro na njĩra ndaya megũgũkinyĩra wona ciehanda thaa 1 o ũndũ ũmwe na thaa 3 cia hwaĩ-inĩ, kũgwĩtĩkĩra gũthiĩ na mbere na kwĩrorera ceceni ĩno wendete ya GTN TV nĩ nginyagia nĩ ũndũ wa tabarĩra mwaki ĩrĩa tũragĩthiĩ na mbere na tũgĩkũrehagĩra nĩ ũndũ nĩguo gũtigĩrĩra nĩ wakenerera kwĩrorera GTN TV, na ndũgakiriganĩrwo no tũragĩthiĩ na mbere na gũkũrehera mbica cia ĩmwe kwa ĩmwe ũrĩa ũthũrimi wa mamminista ĩragĩthiĩ na mbere kũrĩa bunge-inĩ, kũrĩa kamĩtĩ-inĩ ya bunge kaunti-inĩ ya Nairobi, kũrĩa mĩhang'o ĩno yambĩrĩirio rũcinĩ na ĩtanyĩtwo hihi gũgĩthiĩ na mbere o nginyagia hwaĩ-inĩ. Koguo gĩthiĩ na mbere na kwĩrorera ceceni ĩno wendete ya GTN TV. Nĩ ngatho kũrĩ we nĩ ũndũ wa gũtwĩhokera mahinda maku, nĩ ngatho makĩria, ona ningĩ nĩ ngatho kũrĩ arĩa othe makinyanĩria ũmemerekia ũyũ. Ngai wa muoyo arotwĩka wa kũmwĩka wega. Mũtũũrĩtwo na njĩra ya ciĩko nĩ Lucy Chege, na nĩ rĩtwa rĩakwa nĩ Snyder Chege. Tidia thayo, tucemanie mũthenya wa rũciũ Ngai atũkinyanĩria.
Igwa rwĩmbo gũthakara. Ũngĩenda kwĩgwatĩra rwĩmbo ũyũ nĩ wĩira rwa Elizabeth Gasha rũtuĩkĩte skiza tune thimũ-inĩ yaku. Nĩ ũndũ mũhũthũ, SMS rĩtwa skiza 5812331 ũtũme kũrĩ 811. Nĩ rĩtwa skiza 5812331 ũtũme kũrĩ 811. Wĩgwatĩre rwĩmbo ũyũ nĩ wĩira rwa Elizabeth Gasha thimũ-inĩ yaku rũtuĩke rwa kĩrathimo mũtũrĩre-inĩ waku, wa bamĩrĩ yaku ona arata aku.
Wena itangatho ngĩrĩkinyĩre ya Kenya na njĩra ya mwanya, itangatho rĩa biacara, wendia wa mĩgũnda, magongona ngũrani ta kũmenyithia mũingĩ motungata marĩa kambuni yaku ĩraheana, kana kũmenyithia mũingĩ mathomo marĩa thukuru waku ũraheana, imenyithia cia ikuo hamwe na motungata mangĩ. Ũka wonjorithie na ithuĩ na thogora mũbacĩrĩre. Twarĩre kũgerera thimũ namba 0742606195 kana email nĩyo sales@gtntv.co.ke kana ũtũcĩre wabici-inĩ citũ GCTC Complex, former Othaya Teachers College. GTN TV, mũciĩ wa iheo na taranda.
RBG Engineering Limited is an engineering company that specializes in fabrication and forming projects involving stainless steel, mild steel, and aluminum, and is committed to quality, reliability, and cutting-edge technology. Our services include metal folding, metal cutting, architectural steelwork, on-site services, while ensuring we collaborate with our clients from the initial idea stage, developing the concepts and translating them into computer-aided designs. For more information, contact 0738 123 123 or visit our offices in Kingongo, opposite Shell Petrol Station along the Nyeri Nyahururu Highway. RBG Engineering Limited, building the future.
God found me a woman, my woman, my priority. She fell in love with the wild.
Wendo ni kiheo na ningĩ nĩ rĩathani, na nĩkĩo gũkũ kwa GTN TV twĩharĩirie tũihũrĩtwo nĩ wendo mũingĩ gũkũrehera magongona mothe mahutanĩtie na kiugo wendo. Tukanjerera na kuhanda ithige, tugathiĩ ũthoni, tukarenga kĩande na gatũrũ kohoro tugakurehera mohiki ma kĩrĩu, ma gĩkũrinũ na ma kĩndũire. Nyitanĩra na niĩ wa njĩra wa mũthe o mũthenya wa kiumia kuma thinacara nginya thaa ĩmwe cia hwaĩ-inĩ. GTN TV, mũciĩ wa iheo na taranda.
In water, so I enrolled back in the year 2017 for a master's degree in the University of Nairobi and specialized on water resources engineering, where I graduated in the year 2022. I'm born in a family with 6 siblings. I'm the third born. I am married, and I've worked for 8 to 9 years, Honorable Speaker, on water and sanitation. In the process of carrying out my daily activities, I have worked at all levels, mostly in the private sector. I've worked at all levels. I've worked and engaged with stakeholders from the ministry, mostly water development works as consultant. I have progressed in my career growth from an intern to a design engineer, and now to assistant resident engineer also, and also in some projects, an assistant project engineer. I am duly registered with the Engineers Board of Kenya as a professional engineer, and duly registered with the Institution of Engineers of Kenya as a corporate member. During my work activities, I have developed a passion to ensure that every Kenya, in my little scope that I've served so far, has access to water, which is a human right, and also a constitutional right. Service to my fellow countrymen is a service to God, and given the opportunity, if this House approves my nomination, I will do all I can to ensure that Kenyans have access to an economic and basic right and serve with honor and dignity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eric. I'll now invite members to ask you some questions, and I expect you to answer the questions clearly, precisely, and concisely. Hakuna stories. You just answer the questions as they are asked. I'll invite the Deputy Speaker to be the first to ask you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Muga, you most likely were following the proceedings in Parliament and the country, and you know that the Finance Bill 2024 was withdrawn, which therefore means that there is a shortage of funding in the ministry to which you seek confirmation. So that I would like to hear your ideas on the alternatives. For example, since the majority of farmers are small-scale holders, leveraging on the use of water pans and harvesting during the rainy season for use for the rest of the year. We know that places like Yatta only get 2 days of rain a year, but they have water pans that are producing food the whole year. So we want to see how you can leverage on that. So the higher percentage of will be water pans as opposed to big dams, which you don't have money for now. And also, how will you leverage on the public-private partnerships to be able to fund the water sector in the light of shortage of funding? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker, sir. I would like to respond to Honorable Gladys Boss' question on the rejected finance bill and shortage of funding. The Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation has two state departments, the State Department of Irrigation, State Department of Water and Sanitation. The two state departments, the State Department of Irrigation has had a budget cut of almost 1.7 billion. The State Department of Irrigation and Sanitation and Water has had a budget cut of 2.7 billion. That means we can't really develop large-scale dams, as you have correctly stated, and we need to raise funds. Raising funds, as one of the ways you've suggested, as you've mentioned, is the PPPs, public-private partnerships, that we package our projects in such a way that we attract public interest in our projects, but also ensure that the partnerships do not exploit the end user. The end user is the consumer. This, in the ministry, we have WASREB, Water Services Regulatory Board, and this will ensure that consumers who are the final end users of these services that the ministry seeks to offer will be served at the right tariffs. WASREB is responsible for the tariffs. On water pans is not a long-term solution to our water problems, especially in the areas you've mentioned of Yatta, etc. But they are relatively inexpensive compared to dams. To develop large-scale dams, that's where we will need the leverage of PPPs. And in this case, I will work with the Directorate of PPPs and the Exchequer, the National Treasury, to ensure that Kenyans get value for money. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Indeed, Eric has preempted my question because I wanted to ask him about how he can leverage on PPPs, but since you have answered that, I don't know if you were to explore the possibility of using PPPs for the large-scale dams. Do you, in your opinion, think there is also an opportunity to leverage on the development of dams together with using those dams for agriculture and leasing land for large-scale farming, where you can get investors who will want to lease land for large-scale farming and at the same time develop land, develop the dams for use in the irrigation projects, and the same dams can be used to provide water, as you said, to end users at a rate that will not exploit the Kenyan consumers of water. Two, I have seen you have had quite some experience with in the area of sanitation, especially your work with the Nairobi River Sewerage Project. And one of your state departments, if approved, will deal with sanitation matters. How do you intend to deal with the issue of pollution? Working again together with the Ministry of Environment, do you see any opportunities around that space? Thank you, Speaker.
Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. In response to the question from Ichung'wah, Honorable Ichung'wah, it is true that to develop large-scale dams, we will need external funding that the government at the moment, due to austerity measures, cannot sustain. These large-scale dams, Honorable Ichung'wah, through the chairperson or the speaker, are multi-purpose dams. They not only provide water for domestic use, which is basic, they also provide water for irrigation. Irrigation is a key component in sustaining and developing climate resilience amongst arid and semi-arid areas. The concept Honorable Ichung'wah, through the speaker, has raised is viable. That if we develop a dam, a large-scale dam, in an arid and semi-arid area, it is prudent to also have a PPP to lease land for irrigation so that we have value for money for our large investments. It would be utterly wrong, if approved by this House, if I don't explore that option. Water is a human right, and also water is intertwined with food security. So on irrigation, Honorable Ichung'wah, through the speaker, that is correct. That's correct.
Could you tell us, since you've worked in the water sector, do you have any success? Do you know of any success stories where the dams, large-scale dams, have been built using the PPP method?
Thank you for your question, Honorable Boss, through the speaker. There are case studies. I haven't done any of them, but there are many case studies where actually in the development of concept notes for these PPPs, irrigation is a key component, so that during financial feasibility, when doing a dam, we expect benefits, apart from indirect benefits of such as microclimates that develop within the region. The piece that comes with avoidance of animal, livestock and people conflicts due to drought and famine. Some benefits, key benefits that are considered are domestic water, irrigation, very key for production of food, and hydropower. Thank you.
Small follow-up on that, because of those issues of PPP CS nominee. You cut the image of a young person, very professional, a good scholar, and that of a clean slate. You'll be getting into a space in the public sector that over the years has been marred by corruption. I see you shaking your head. I hope that shaking of your head is signifying a determination that you will not get roped in into the cartels that have bedeviled the water sector over the years. If you have been taken through the State Department of Irrigation and the construction of those mega dams, from Badasa to Ma Dam, they are all riddled with corruption. What can you tell the people of Kenya, and more so the young people of Kenya, in relation to where you stand today and the position you will take in the fight against corruption in the development of water resources in the country?
Thank you, Speaker. In response to Honorable Ichung'wa's question on the fact that I am about to face cartels and corruption, I will put my stand public. I have diligently served in my previous positions. I have held transparency, accountability, and my firm stand on corruption is, as you've said, I come as a clean slate. I'm not beholden to anyone. I am not shackled or tethered to anyone. And I think this is my personal opinion. Corruption is a cancer in the society. We have to root it out one way or the other. And if my nomination is approved by this House, I will engage in my duties, bracing and embracing integrity, honesty, and accountability to lead from the front. And if there are couplets, and I would expect the same from state officers under my mandate in the ministry. And if any of them is found capable of this, I understand we are a constitutionally bound country, and I will let the agents that deal with corruption, that is the EACC and other investigative bodies, take their course, and the law should be followed to the letter. Thank you, sir.
Nelson.
You come into the cabinet as the face of the young people. I'd like to know how you intend to use your ministry to create employment, because the biggest problem that we have in the country at the moment is youth unemployment. I want to hear that. And what innovations will you be proposing in the cabinet to make sure that the young people of this country have opportunities to be employed?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker, sir. I would like to respond to Honorable Nelson on youth employment. 75% of Kenya's economy is driven by agriculture. I appreciate that. And I also appreciate that the young people are advocating for services. I am not naive, and I will appreciate that. On youth employment, the ministry as a State Department of Irrigation. Irrigation is mandated to harvest, store water. It is mandated to reclaim lands for productivity. And it is also mandated to increase the acreage of irrigation in the country. If approved by this House, I would first of all start by sensitization. We need as a country to appreciate that agriculture is not a by the way. It is a profession in itself. It is an economic activity that generates income to more of us. The young people, we need to understand that since high school, I would work with other ministries, such as the Ministry of Education, that projects such as micro irrigation that the ministry is rolling out, whereby we sink boreholes, pump the water to an elevated tank, and give the opportunity to clubs like 4K clubs to irrigate land for subsistence farming. Those activities are being coordinated with agriculture teachers to inculcate that and train the young people, who I understand approximately 800,000 to 500,000 young people are getting out of tertiary institutions. If they have this prior knowledge, and when they come out, I would advocate for private entrepreneurs to further these skills acquired at school level, while the ministry's job would be to provide water for irrigation. On innovation, we as a country, we have to embrace the fact that technology is changing every day. Changes in technology comes with new ideas, brighter and better ways to do activities. For example, in the ministry, I have been involved in water service providers distribution networks. These networks, most of them are people depend on memory to remember where the existing lines were, how they were done, when they were done. So I would encourage innovation in activities such as modeling, which will empower and employ young people in these water service providers, to forego and to eliminate dependence on people's memory. Technicians depend on memory to tell you where the pipeline is. Smart meters in these WSPs, where these meters are GSM enabled, creating more opportunities for the youth. And if I find an opportunity to sit in the cabinet as approved by this house, I would also be a champion to developing policies, not only in my ministry, but in other ministries that include and take care of public participation, especially the young people, inclusivity, and that their opinions are heard and they find the final decision or the final policy that is adopted as a country accommodates their issues.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Naisula.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Muga, my question is, if you are found suitable by this committee and the National Assembly to be the CS of water, sanitation and irrigation, how will you balance the thin line between completion of existing and ongoing projects and starting new ones? And you should just have in mind, if approved, these members of parliament and many others who are not here will be knocking your door saying there's this project in my constituency, and I want to know whether you'll also be intimidated. Some of these members who are third timers, fourth timers, older than you, bigger than you. Please, Kenyans would like to know how you'll be dealing with that. Then the second question is, I want to pick your thought on the many water agencies we have in this country. We have them in Regional Development Authority, we have some under the Ministry of Water, and what purpose they serve. You know, they're all serving the same communities. We're giving funds to a certain regional development body, we're giving another one to a water agency. The money for development is lesser than the recurrent expenditure. I want to pick your thoughts whether that is a prudent use of resources for us as a country.
Hold, Eric will take another one. Posing.
Thank you, Speaker. For the nominee, I don't know whether you know what you are almost, should you be approved, where you're going, what the kind of industry you're going in. And maybe to help Honorable Chair and Chairman and Speaker, two things. One, there are dams which are already built, and some of them are 50% in this country, big dams. Some of them 50%, some of them 60%, 70% in terms of completion. And an example is one which is in my county. As an example, there are many in this country, but I'll give you one example, which is Muruny Dam, which costed about like 10 billion Kenya money, but it's not complete. Now with the austerity measures or finance bill having been rejected, and many debate about now where we're going to get money, what will be your proposal on how to deal with that? Because PPP, which we suggested, is actually a future dams. But there are dams which are almost 80-90% complete, which are going to stall. And I hope you know what it means if a project is stalling like that. It means the contractor will be out of the ground, or is already out of the ground anyway, and then he's going to, whatever is asking government, that's accumulating interest. So we will end up paying, rather than now paying 10 billion, we might do 20 billion. So what we do about that? Number two, there is a cancer which many Kenyans don't know. And I want to tell you, nominee, should you be appointed, please make sure, take care of this. From audit perspective, we have realized that as a country, there are again so many dams which were built using loans, right, from outside this country, from developing agencies or banks and so on. And that loan, MOGA, is being paid by National Treasury as exchequer, which means from our taxes. And those Kenyans who are paying those taxes, for example, are not even enjoying that water. So there's been a serious debate that even those agencies which run this water, those now regional agencies, they don't pay. So National Treasury ends up mobbing out taxes to pay for the loan about those projects. Therefore, there was a proposal, MOGA, there was a proposal in the discussion to say, why don't we charge a levy from the waters that we used to build using these loans, so that then National Treasury can build that loan. What will be your opinion as you come in? Will you agree with that opinion? And if you don't agree, what will be the future? Will we pay taxes on water?
Too long, Posing. You have made your point.
Is it too long?
Yes.
I thought I was building the point so that they can understand. Sometimes, Honorable Speaker,
you've made the point.
Yes, but sometimes we also help them to get knowledge. It's true.
Okay.
And there's a reason why we are in this committee's chair. There's a reason.
You've got the question. Start with Naisula, go to Posing.
Thank you, Speaker. If I may respond to Honorable Naisula's question on the lean line between completion of projects and starting new projects. As I initially stated, I am well aware of our austerity measures. However, projects that have been started have already, Kenyans and the taxpayer has already sunk money in these projects. Honorable Naisula, through the Speaker, my target would first of all complete these projects and ensure that Kenyans get value for their money. How do they get value for their money? Through connections. The only proof that we are truly working as a country towards achievement of Vision 2030 of 100% water connectivity is by completing the projects and actually having connections to Kenyans. I agree it's a thin line between, because the House members may want new projects in their areas. And I would like to be reasonable. And we'll ask the Speaker, the same matter might come to your House again, to protect me, because members, Kenyans have already spent money on old projects that are not helping anyone. Unless we complete this, then we'll have a chain of incomplete projects throughout the country. And the Vision 2030, and well aware that water is one of the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, we will not achieve that by 2030. The second question from Honorable Naisula through the Speaker was on my thoughts on the many water agencies we have in this country. Our constitution is very clear, and the Water Act 2016, on the establishment of institutions that are required to man and manage the water affairs of the country. In case there is need to review this, I will be open to advisement through, of course, consultation, because I'm a team player, and wide research to see whether we can channel that to a centralized system that is easier to monitor and save the recurrent expenditure that Honorable Nisula is worried about.
Will members intimidate you?
If I may answer the question, Honorable Speaker, I think don't look at the size and think you can easily intimidate me. So I'm comfortable in my shoes. I think I have proven that for many years that I've lived. Thank you. Or want to answer? Honorable Kosing, through the Speaker, I would like to make it clear that I'm well aware of his dam. He has been vocal about this for many sessions in the House and in the previous, my predecessor, who was vetted on nominee on water. And I understand that his dam is approximately 50% complete. He has stated that almost 10 billion Kenya shillings have been sunk into the project. And now we are facing austerity measures, and this dam was not one of the PPP projects. And I'm also aware, as he said, of the costs that incur when a contractor stops work, claims that come, that are expensive to the exchequer. I would like to promise Honorable Kosing, if this House approves me, maybe I will take him exactly to his dam, as I discuss and get facts on exactly the status of that dam, and not only that dam, all other dams that are being financed by the national government, the exchequer, prepare a report on the same, and if our finances are not adequate, I will come to this House again and table my case to ensure that we don't have hanging projects, as I said. His second question was on loans that were taken by water works development agencies that are being serviced by the exchequer. I am well aware that the Ministry, Department of Water and Sanitation, is approximately, has a loan of approximately 225 billion. This came up in the sense that projects were done, and water being a devolved function, these projects were handed over to county governments through water service providers. I have been in this industry with water service providers for a long time. Now, the status is the water service providers, most of them don't break even in their collection during billing. So there is no money remittance to the water development works that should trickle back to repayment of these loans. I can promise you, if this House approves my nomination, I will work to strengthen our water service providers' institutions. I understand and I am well aware it is a burden to the exchequer, and we will work to ensure that these water service providers reduce their non-debit water, increase their billing, increase their last mile connectivity. As I said, last mile connectivity is the activity or projects that bring value to Kenyans. And through that, when our institutions become semi-autonomous, we can generate enough revenue to help in payment of these loans. Otherwise, I will have to consult with the National Treasury and also the task force established by the President on debt restructuring. Thank you.
Gikaria. Thank you very much, Chair. Nothing much on the questionnaire that you did fill in. You have indicated you are a director in JAFEC Limited Company. Does it deal in water and sanitation issues? If yes, then how are you going to address, as per bullet 26, the conflict of interest potential conflict of interest. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Speaker Asa. If I can address the question from Honorable Gikaria, I understand the responsibilities of this office if approved by this honorable committee. And yes, JAFEC is a group of like-minded engineers, very bright, to be honest. And if approved by this house, I will have to take a step back from that. Under the conflict of interest, as I said earlier, I have given my word that
I think that what it is that it doesn't mean you have to pull back. It's just that if that company ever gets a contract where you have influence, you declare your a conflict of interest. Then at that time, the decision-making process can be that don't give it to my company, or that it is known, so that you have no hand in it. So don't tie yourself. Honorable Gikaria is getting you into trouble.
No,
Thank you.
I appreciate what you have indicated, because what I expected is that he will declare his interest and maybe vacate.
Eric, be very concise. He asked, are you a director of this company?
Yes. Yes.
Does it deal in the water sector? If the answer is yes, then you go to the next issue.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes. So, to confirm, I'm a director in that company. The company deals in water, sanitation, buildings, etc.
Okay. Robert Mbui, you'll pass. Owen?
Looking at your CV, Mr. Muga, our nominee, I see that you have done extensive work in Kilifi. Thank you very much for that kind of work. I'm a young person, not young really, but I want to ask you this question specifically, that you understand that environment. Water from Kilifi comes from Baricho. Baricho is on the lower side. For water to come to Mombasa, the water needs to go up. You know, so this is one of the unique cases in Kenya where you have water has to go up instead of gravity. The cost of electricity there is exorbitant, is very, very high. And the people of the coast actually have issues with power that is used for production of water. Now, the water is a constitutional right, but the cost of producing that water is very, very high, and therefore leading to high electricity bills with Kenya Power, and sometimes water is disconnected because of very high. What would be your solution to solve that problem, especially for the whole of coast region, where water has to be generated, has to be pumped up using electricity? What is your practical solution to that problem?
Hold, Eric, yes, Morugara. Take those
yes,
two.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. One question. Eric, Kenyans have waited for water for the last 60 years with abated breath. Millions of households everywhere are waiting for water. And they now look upon you, if approved by this house, to actually give them water. What is your word to them? And what should be their expectation from you as a young, qualified engineer in water, on whom they will place a lot of reliance as far as water is concerned?
Thank you, Speaker. In response to Honorable Owen's question, is first of all, I will acknowledge that I've even met you. I've worked extensively in the water distribution network in Kilifi. And the challenge is you get water from Baricho, well fields, where water is pumped to Gutatu in North Mainland. This is in Mombasa. And that is a long stretch. Unfortunately, the coast region is relatively flat. So flow by gravity becomes a little bit a challenge. but your solution is in Mwache Dam, which is being built in Kwale. So I know the rationing there is almost twice. Water comes on Friday and Mondays. And to solve your problem, unless we sink boreholes in Kilifi, then you don't have an active river, or think of desalination, which is a relatively expensive way of doing it. So once Mwache comes in and water is supplied to Mombasa and the Kwale County, your rationing problems will reduce, because that water will come up to Mtwapa, serve Kilifi, and then Malindi. So, and your power expenses will be alleviated a little bit. That's being pragmatic to this committee.
Yes, Murugara's question.
Kenyans have waited for many years, Honorable, through the Speaker, Honorable Murugara, as we've said. The ministry has a vision of ensuring 100% connectivity to all Kenyans by 2030. This also agrees with the Africa Water Agenda 2063. My word to Kenyans is, I will do all I can. I will zero mostly on water that is not accounted for, water that is abstracted but does not get to the end user. In Kenya right now, that percentage stands at about 45%. That is water that does not have an economic impact directly to the water service providers, and also to Kenyans. If we at least reduce that and also sensitize Kenyans that it is a sole responsibility of every Kenyan to conserve the little that I have. Conservation is key for our renewable sources. That is my commitment to the people of Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll introduce myself. I was out, I had gone for mosque. My name is Abdul Rahim Dawood, MP for North Imenti, and I probably, Engineer Muga was born in the same hospital I was born in Maua General Hospital. But I will ask my question.
At different times.
At different times, yes. A span of more than 25, 30 years. He's like my son. Ms. Engineer, you know, I'm hearing dams being built everywhere. But in our region, we've been told about the Kianjuri Dam, which will take water up to Tharaka. Not just Meru County, it will go up to Tharaka, maybe even Embu. I want to know, once you get in, you're talking about the existing which are there. If you come to do ours, will it be in this lifetime or maybe another lifetime? Second, there is a project which has been ongoing in Meru, sanitation, because sanitation is your forte. Sanitation, we've got Meru sewage plant, which has been built for the last 5 years, and it is never being completed. We need sewage everywhere in this country, plants. We need to get it out of towns. What do you envisage to do when you're there? And the last one is, you have talked about boreholes. I don't know if you're aware, in Nairobi, there are 6,000 boreholes. Only 2,000 are licensed. 4,000 boreholes are not licensed. Is borehole the way to go to get water when the aquifers are already dry? So how would you approach that, and how are you going to control it? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mary Massa, let's take the next one.
Through the chairman, I have just one simple question to the nominee. From my experience in service to wananchi, I realized that we have so many water facilities, boreholes that have been drilled over the years, because there was even a time NGCDF also used to drill boreholes. But there's a problem with the sustainability in terms of maintenance
in terms of repairs. You'll go to an area, you ask wananchi whether they have water, they say we don't have water. You ask them, have you ever, there's no borehole that has ever been drilled here. There are two, but they're all not functioning. So my simple question, as if approved as the nominee for Minister of Water, what are your plans? What interventions? Because I think there's need for a structured interventions on how to maintain and sustain this repair and maintenance across the country where these boreholes have been drilled. Thank you.
Nominee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll start with Honorable Daud's question on Kiunjuri Dam. Honorable Daud, I appreciate your concern about dams in Meru. I also come from Meru. There are not many. In this regard, as you've correctly pointed that my target would be first to complete the ongoing projects, I will look at, we have a Kenya National Water Master Plan. I will review. These dams are not done because they have to be done. They are done on need basis. So if there are regions that are more deserving, in the spirit of integrity, we will do the right thing. And as you said...
Point of order.
Yes.
Point of order, Speaker.
Yes, Daud.
The nominee, although he comes from my county, and he's aware of, maybe he's lived out of Meru for long, and he says they will prioritize where there is a need. Honorable Murugara's constituency and his county, there is a big need. Even in my constituency, there is a big need. So let us not be put in the ones who are satisfied. We are not satisfied.
Go ahead.
Thank you for that, Honorable Daud. I'm not saying that you are satisfied. Let me clarify myself through the chair, through the speaker. I'm well aware of regions in Meru, like Tharaka, and I am well aware the President the other day commissioned Guthurimwo Dam. Yes, it's someplace in Tharaka. Yes, yes. So, if we look at the master plan, the national water master plan, and which I have not, I've lived in Meru my entire life, first of all, to clarify that. So I am not a stranger to those lands, and even Honorable Muragara's region. All I can promise you is that we will look at the needs of Kenyans and also serve them on need basis. If your region is truly deserving of that, Honorable Muragara and Honorable Daud, your time shall come. The next question was sanitation in Meru. I am aware of that project that has taken long to be completed. I don't have the details right now, but I can assure Honorable Daud that I'll find out and get back to you. Through the chair, the speaker, Honorable Emase, your question was on sustainability of operations and maintenance. I would like to pronounce myself that operations and maintenance is mostly the responsibility of the WSP, unless you have privately owned facilities. For this to happen, it's a revenue problem. I have pronounced myself before this honorable committee that I am targeting to reduce non-revenue water from a bigger percentage, which is currently at 45, and bring it to less than 20, to allow the WSPs have adequate revenue to undertake operations and maintenance. Secondly, uptake of technology will play a vital role through the speaker in ensuring that operations and maintenance are minimized in such that if all our water facilities are well mapped in a centralized program, part of the innovation I was talking about, it is easier to pinpoint the year when they were built and to pinpoint when their time comes for repairs and maintenance. I hope I address your question, Honorable Massey. There was a question, Honorable Speaker, by Honorable Daud on boreholes in Nairobi, where you noted there was an article circulating that talked of 6,000 boreholes in Nairobi, and there's a possibility of Nairobi taps running dry. I am aware that regulation of sinking boreholes and approvals are given by the Water Resources Authority. However, the Water Resources Authority, and like most of our government institutions, are underfunded, and the resources in terms of personnel is minimal. My solution to this problem is, first of all, empower our institutions with the right resources, with the right personnel, and with people of merit. Meritocracy should be a key conversation in the ministry. Secondly, our boreholes could also be running dry because of their close proximity. There are provisions in design on the distance in between one borehole to the other because of recharge time. And also, Nairobi is every day turning into a concrete jungle. I will work in partnership with departments of planning in the county government and have something we call detention and retention ponds, to the point that when it rains, the water Okay.
Go on.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I thought you were interjecting. Sorry. Retention and detention pods are recharge areas for aquifers. You realize when it rains in Nairobi, our roofs direct the water to the drains, and the water flows very fast past at the river, and it's gone. There's no seepage. So detention and detention dams are some of the ideas I would like to bring to the ministry, whereby, working in conjunction with county governments, we have parks specifically to hold that runoff.
In fact, Eric, under Schedule 4 of the Constitution, you are empowered to formulate policy for the country for protection of water, securing sufficient residual water, hydraulic engineering, and the safety of dams. So you have a duty even to guide counties. What Daudi is saying is true. In Nairobi, boreholes some are even 50 meters apart, if even less, everywhere.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for that support. And Honorable Daud, this is not a theory. I have been to Israel to benchmark on the same. So this can happen.
Amisi?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to the Honorable nominee, I understood that you said you are 30 years of age. So in the demographic bracket, it puts you at the millennial, just like me. I'm a millennial. Yes, he's actually a millennial.
Yeah, he's a millennial.
The last of millennial,
Yeah, he's a millennial.
I think I belong in the middle of the millennial. Yeah, so you are basically closer. You are the closest the Gen Zs can come to. And that puts you like a control experiment in the management of the nation. A point whereby if you succeed, the young people feels that, yes, we can do it, one of our own did it. And if you fail, that is be the end of the young people's agitation in this country, because you will give a mark that even if you are given a responsibility, one of your own was there, and this is what he did. You understand that's a very, very important position you are going in. And that marks my question that what is this managerial experience that you bring to the ministry that you are going in. Then secondly, there is a drought problem in this country, and the water harvesting has been suggested as one of the ways of combating, just to mitigate the effects of drought on the supply of water, and especially to schools, because you see members of parliament running helter-skelter in town looking for water from all the ministries and parastatals. It's basically the problems of water in schools. How do you intend to mitigate the drought area and the supply of water to schools across the country? I want you to juxtapose that one with the presence of Lotikipi. There is a Lotikipi aquifer that can supply, it has been found out that it can actually supply underground water for 70 years to this country. How do you plan to utilize that? Thank you.
Hold, Eric. Mukami has nothing. Mishi?
And Honorable Speaker,
yes,
just as to say that these questions were actually sent to me by Gen Zs.
Mishi?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, my question is to the nominee on how he's going to navigate complex geopolitical dynamics to forge equitable agreement on shared water resources. I'm citing some areas, like for instance, in the coast region, we have the Mwache Dam, we have the Marere Spring, which is shared between Mombasa County and Kwale County, and there have been some rift or rather some conflicts. I'm also looking on the Mzima Spring in Taita Taveta, which is also be shared by Mombasa County and also Taita Taveta County. And most of the time there are some issues, and that is why you have seen, we have not realized the Mzima Spring too, because they are undercurrent politics. So how are you going to navigate on this issue so that there is harmony and there is insurance of having access to water to our Kenyans? My other question is, right now, currently, agricultural productivity is not matching with our growing population, resulting in higher dependence on food imports. And one of the reasons is that we are still on dependence on rain-fed agriculture. So what kind of interventions are you going to do to ensure that at least as Kenyans we have food sufficiently? Lastly, are you still believing that the Kenya Kwanza government is going to realize one of the key pillars on building of 1,000 dams? And what is the status right now? How many dams have you realized right now? I thank you.
Yes, Maridi. Tell us what you know and avoid what you don't. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll start with the question from Hamisi, who said he's a late mid-millennial. And he's talking about this being a control experiment. I will put it to this house that I could be young of age, but I truly understand the responsibilities on my shoulders.
You already said that. Go on.
Just clarifying myself to him. Secondly, the drought problem in schools.
Some aquifer somewhere. Is it the Turkana one?
Two questions. The Lotikipi aquifer, that is the second question. The first question, Speaker, was the managerial experience that you've acquired elsewhere that you think will help you for the new assignment you have, and the supply of water to schools, of course.
Okay. Okay. Honorable Speaker, I would like to respond to Honorable Hamisi's question on experience. First, I will cite that I'm vastly experienced on water and sanitation issues in the country. I have, as I said, I have worked as a team leader, design, etc. This experience does not mean that professionals in the ministry don't have it. I understand that the ministry is not short of professionals, and it is not short of policy. All I bring to the ministry, if approved by this House, is the ethos of the private sector of accountability, transparency, as people have rightfully asked for. And also, I'm a wide consultative person, teamwork. I'm quick study, and I have worked at different stakeholders, down, as I said, from water service providers to water works development agencies. On the question of drought, I will submit to this House that it is unfortunate we have the same thing happening year in, year out. I would like to be a change to that if approved by this House, because I don't believe in active maintenance. I believe in proactive. If we know a certain school, say in Oloitoktok, has water shortage problems, it had it last year, but one, then we are supposed to learn as a ministry. Solution to this would include immediate solutions, would include, first of all, gutters, simple solutions. Before we quantum leap, we have to start from the basics. Install gutters in all our primary schools and provide them with tanks to start with. This is taking into account the fact that the population of schools, that water might not be enough. Then the next immediate solution would be, can these people have a borehole that serves the school and the community at large? And then the long-term problem solution, the medium-term solution would be within a region that experiences drought and water scarcity. Why don't we have a water pan, and that water is shared among schools during dry periods? The long-term solution is what I talked of. Our only solution is having large storage dams. Right now, our water storage starts at about 103 meter cubic per capita. The target is to achieve above 1,000 meter cubic per capita in the long run. The presence of Lotikipi aquifer that you have mentioned of, I know, if approved by this House, the ministry has one of the ministry departments deals with groundwater. Groundwater is in form of aquifers, as you have rightly pointed. So if this is true, I don't know where you got your data from, the Gen Z who is asking that question. I would like him to provide research, because I believe in research and proper mapping. Then this would have been a game saver, a game changer in those regions. So, but I promise I will work with the department responsible for groundwater harvesting and storage and find out these facts and table it to the members for discussion. Thank you so much, sir. Honorable, if I may, Honorable Speaker, to respond to Mishi. Mishi, I will say I was part of the team that looked at the distribution network in Taita Taveta a while back, if you look at my CV. And I understand that these water resources are shared between counties within that region. Specifically, Mzima, that was not a bulk distribution network. We were more looking at the distribution network that actually reaches the people. I understand in the Water Act 2016, it is the mandate of the Cabinet Secretary under this docket I'm nominated for to ensure catchment and interbasin transfers are amicable. Kindly, if I get into office approved by this House, Honorable Mishi, I will ensure we have smooth sharing of resources, because all these resources belong to all peoples of Kenya. They could be in your county, but if there's a room for us to accommodate the other and provide water to another Kenyan somewhere else, but I'll get back to you with a proper written discussion on that. And I will also ask for your support on the same, because members within that region have a say to the resources in their region. Thank you so much.
Russell, sorry, Sharia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I had stepped out. That's why you think I'm not here anymore.
Yes.
I'd gone to the mosque.
To pray for
Thank
us.
you. Eric, my name is Abdi Shurie, MP Balambala. Mine is one very simple question. The right to clean water is seriously hampered by the lack of water infrastructure investments in the rural areas. If confirmed as part of a non-discriminatory policy making, would you consider championing extra complementary funding for rural Kenya? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Eric, my name is Dido Raso. I'm the MP for Saku. Saku is in Marsabit. Devolved function. As I walked in, you say water is a devolved function. If this House approves your nomination, you'll sit at the top, that you'll be the man in charge of water in this land. Then there's no water in Marsabit. Will it not disturb you? Secondly, you went for some training in Israel. It doesn't rain in Israel, and there's no flowing water. But the Israelis have piped water. And I think the only water that is evacuated to Israel is from the Nile, from the Egyptians. Egypt, there's no rain in Egypt, maybe once in a blue moon. They live on the Nile, and every household or every house constructed in Egypt actually experiences running water. So when you look at Igembe or even Marsabit, people still draw water from earth dams, or what in the old colloquial we call ponds. What is coming into your mind that if you are given this job, that every Kenyan, wherever they are likely to get some water, maybe some clean water? Finally, it is about Vision 2030. In Vision 2030, it is projected that Kenya will be a middle-income country with some industrialization, and every household will have some water. With budget cut, austerity measures, and also with the clamor that Kenyans should not pay taxes. What is it that is coming into your mind, that how will you be able to navigate that issue of water, because water is life? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Let's take the last one, Eric Mule.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you very much, Eric, the nominee. I've seen your CV impressive at an early age. Eric, being a young engineer and worked in the industry, I know you have been working under the master plan, the National Water Master Plan of 2013, which should be guiding the country. 11 years down the line, Kenyans are yearning for clean water, and they're also yearning for water for irrigation. If you are approved as a member of the cabinet, I want to hear from you. Are you comfortable with the existing master plan? And if you are given an opportunity, what kind of a master plan for water will you give this country so that Kenyans can realize the dream of clean water as quickly as possible? And the second one, what timelines are you foreseeing to finish some of the major dams like Thwake Dam and Umar Dam in Kitui?
Answer those from Shurie, Raso, and Honorable Mulde.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to start with a question from Abdi Sharil on water infrastructure in rural areas. And the funding, whether I would invest more on rural areas. I understand that more than 85% of the country is rural, and these people too deserve the human right of having water and sanitation, improved sanitation. And to do that, we have to leverage now, because of austerity measures, on other development partners. I'm sorry, I think you were not there when I explained this to Honorable Ichungwa and Desuda. We have to package I'll repeat, we have to package our projects in such a way that they're attractive to private investors to start with. Water service providers, I don't know where you come from, the region, the name of the water service provider.
I come from Garissa.
What is the name of your water service provider? The city, the company that provides water.
I come from a rural constituency, so which I do not have, but if you want this Garissa water.
Yes, thank you.
But they don't serve my constituency.
Yeah, so the county government has the responsibility of last mile connectivity. And to do this, the county government sets up water service providers. Water service providers actually do the actual connections, the last mile connection. So if you're not covered, I can work in synergy with your county government and understand why the water service provider does not cover your region. Secondly, on funding, those water service providers don't actually, so most of them don't break even in matters billing and the expenses O&M, operations and maintenance. To solve this problem, we would have to have the right personnel, invest, as I said, on smart meters, minimize non-revenue water, have these water service providers function as semi-autonomous bodies so that they can also attract funding, because the point here is source for funding. Secondly, we can package a project in your rural areas and pitch to international developers, our development partners. I'm talking about World Bank, African Development Bank, to ensure the Vision 2030 of every Kenyan, especially in rural areas, has access to clean, sustainable, and in adequate quantities water. The question from Honorable Russo, if I may answer this through the speaker. Raso, sorry, my apologies, Honorable. Raso, if I may answer this through the speaker, that water is a devolved function. And your question was, how do I feel that Marsabit don't have water? I am sad, sir. To be honest, I am sad. As you said, that is how I feel. And it is very unfortunate to the people of Marsabit. I will tie this to the question on Israel. Israel is their available water resources, renewable water resources, they are not as endowed as we are as a country. It is unfortunate that 84% of our renewable water resources, Honorable Speaker, go to the ocean. When it rains, we have seen the the havoc caused by that water, loss of human life in regions just below your area. And that water is supposed to be, is God-given gift for us to be self-sustainable. To solve that problem, the immediate solution is what I talked about, water pans that are relatively inexpensive. But the long-term solution to that problem are the 100 PPP dams that we are trying to discuss, so that once it rains, we impound that water halved pipe networks to your people of Marsabit, and also enable them. I know Marsabit, some areas are irrigable, and some other areas are really fertile for agriculture. Can do double irrigation without depending on rain-fed agriculture, solving our climate resilience and drought resilience at the same time. So it's a matter of funding. Question from Vision 2030. There was a question on Vision 2030 and austerity of measures and funding. I think I've covered that well. I answered your question on the water problems in Marsabit and long-term solutions. Honorable Mule, there was a question on, I've worked with master plans for more than 11 years. As you've said, rightly pointed out, that I will clarify myself. This is my position. A water master plan is a blueprint. It is but a guide. It is not cast on stone. And there are always rooms for adjustments, improvements, and better. Because as we are embracing technology...
Order, Speaker, probably I need to I'm referring to the National Master Plan for Water, the Kenya National Master Plan, which was developed in 2013 with the help of JICA, which gives Kenya the way forward on how to manage, give Kenyans water, supply water. It has been in place for the last 11 years. Is it working? Because you have been on the field. If it is not working, if you are given an opportunity by this committee and approved, are you comfortable with our master plan, or you need to go back to the drawing board and come up with a master plan which can help? And my second question was, what are the plans for major dams like Thwake, Umar Dam?
Okay, if I...
you know about them, answer.
I want to respond on the...
You are not a minister yet.
Yeah, I know on the situation of the Kenya Water Master Plan. I've worked with it. The problem is not the master plan. The problem is the funding. And I've discussed that, Honorable Mule, through the Speaker, that the master plans are okay. The main challenge in this country is funding. So if the master plan is not working, it means we are not implementing it as it should be because of inadequate resources. Your second question on Thwake and Uma dams. Sir, I know these dams are ongoing, but I'm not already, the House has not approved me to be a CS. I'm still a nominee. But if the House approves me, I can give you a status and exactly what is happening in writing. Thank you.
Naisula,
this is
the very last.
The very last. And I really wanted to say this and to ask the nominee, the issue of equity in water resource in this country. It is in public domain, and many of these members know that when a CS or a PS, there have been allegations that when a CS or a PS sit there, they allocate water resources to the regions that they come from. And also we have even seen there were allegations where a CS and a PS were fighting over projects, firing people, moving projects. I want to know how you will ensure there is equity in every part of this country, regardless of how they vote, regardless of where people are, to make sure that water is available in every part of this country.
Yes, go on, Eric.
Whether you'll be CS of Kenya or Igembe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. If I may respond to Honorable Lisuda, if you ask out there, people who have worked with me, they know my stand on integrity and honesty. I know it's out there. Kenyans will tell you. And I've responded to the same question to Honorable Murugara and Honorable Daoud. When pressed on the question of whether I will allocate them dams,
excited that you'll be taking water to their region.
Burst their bubble.
No, I said we will follow protocol.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Murithi?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you something. You said you graduated in the year 2016.
Yes.
Thereafter, you worked between 2016 and 24 on several project positions.
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes.
As an engineer working in those project positions, were you required to be registered with the Engineers Board?
Yes, I am required to be registered with the Engineers Board of Kenya.
Yes. How come you only registered in 2024? So you're working without registration?
First of all, to pronounce myself, is that registration with the Engineers of Board of Kenya requires, first of all, you undergo training, adequate training. The minimum years is 3 years, and I don't think there's a maximum number of years. And secondly, it also speaks of the priorities you have. It is very key to be registered, but I was multitasking between a master's degree at the University of Nairobi and working.
Those are unnecessary details. The question was very simple.
Yes.
When you are overseeing the projects, were you required to be registered as an engineer? You said yes. Is it a requirement?
It is a requirement to work under a registered engineer.
When you are not registered, you work under a registered engineer.
Yes.
It's as simple as that.
Thank you.
So when you answer question very simply, it becomes very easy.
Thank you.
When you over-explain, you can land into difficulties.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Eric.
Yes.
May I ask you a few questions about yourself?
Okay.
Junet, you want to ask a question?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Yeah, I went to the mosque also, I delayed. Mr. Speaker, you know, when young people are given jobs at this level, high level, I don't know what happens. Immediately after swearing in, they are removed from the register of young people in the public eye. They become older people.
Yes.
Then the agitation continues that we want a young person on the table. I want to believe in this vetting committee today that we are vetting a young person. And he's going to go to, if he's approved, if the committee feels he's fit for the job, he will go there as a young person. Yeah, no, I have come to experience that we have vetted a young person who was given a job, and then when he took up the job, he became an older person. But when we were vetting him, he was a young man or a young lady. I remember very well. So I'm talking out of experience. So I think he will go there with the mindset and the belief of a young person, and the young people also will see one of them in that table as a young person. That's my comment, Mr. Speaker. But the other thing, he is from the one region of the country.
Igembe South.
Yeah, Igembe, but in a region. I hope there's somebody who I saw in the news saying that now that region is happy. I hope he was not talking about you, that you are going to serve all Kenyans. You're going to serve all Kenyans.
We have dealt with that already. And Eric, when you find favor and you get approved by the committee and you become a CS, you are not a CS because you are a young person. You are a CS because you are a competent Kenyan.
Thank you.
Capable of discharging the responsibility of the office of CS, and you must serve Kenyans of all ages, the young, the middle-aged, the old, the very old, without fear or favor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes. And they don't only look at the mountain. Look at the plains, look at the valleys, the asals. Yes, look at the whole country. Because in this country, water is a source of major conflicts between herders and farmers, farmers and farmers, and many people. There are people who do not get the World Health Organization designated quantity of water, leave alone quality, quantity per day. And it's going to be upon you to assist this country for the period you will serve as minister, if you are approved, to ensure all that you have been told here. Mzima Springs, they want water to go to Mombasa. Everywhere people want water. There is something called the Nile Treaty, which is always an elephant in the room for us. 75% of the waters of Lake Victoria come from Kenya. And that water exits through the Nile to Egypt. Yet if you looked at the 1902 Nile Treaty between Egypt, Sudan, and the British, they say the waters of the Nile shall only be used 85% for Egypt, 10% for Sudan, and 5% for evaporation. They didn't even care about the source of the water. The treaty has been amended twice, but is still on the table and causing a rumpus between Ethiopia and Egypt. And Kenya, that feeds the Nile, is also an interested party. So you should also look at that when you get to office.
Chairman,
yes.
to add on what you have said, the issue of Migingo Island also with Uganda.
Yes. Yes, the waters of the lake. Yes, now, Eric, let me ask you, those were my comments. You just take them and go and see how to live with them.
Thank you, Speaker, sir.
Yes. I've even been to your village. So when you serve people, also go up to every village. Eric, have you ever been mentioned adversely in any investigations on matters of integrity?
No, sir.
No, sir. Good. Do you hold any position in any political party within Kenya?
No, sir.
What is your net worth in terms of personal wealth?
My net worth is that 1 million Kenya shillings.
That 1 million. Made, what is it made of? You've done much better than your age mates.
I come from a region that is engaged in farming.
Yes.
So I've invested in lands on and planted crops, tea, if you've been to the region.
Yes.
Coffee, bananas, and other.
Mira.
Definitely.
Yes. Okay, Eric, thank you very much. Yes.
I was asking whether he has a car.
Do you own a car?
No. I have chosen to invest instead of buying a car to start with.
Yes. If you are approved and appointed, and you get into the office, and tomorrow a major contractor in the water sector comes and offers you a car, will you take it?
No.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
His MP, Honorable Paul, when he entered Parliament, he as well did not have a car.
But President Uhuru bought him a car and he
yes, but
accepted it.
you see, if he is appointed as a CS, he will definitely be getting mortgage. I mean,
Order, Dawood.
The Speaker.
There is no member of this committee who has had you to defend a nominee. We're just asking him questions. They are not meant to trick him in any situation.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Now that the nominee has said he doesn't have a car, and he has never owned one, I wanted to know what is his dream car? Which one are you looking? What's your dream? Which one are you dreaming that one day? Which one?
Eric, don't answer that.
Honorable Speaker, I will need your protection in future.
Yes, don't answer that.
Did he answer your question?
Yes, on,
If
no, he
was
didn't.
offered a car by a contractor in the water sector.
He said no. Okay. You are going into a ministry like many others. You know, the service ministries, water, roads, and agriculture, and all this, health, they are infiltrated by mega cartels, literally mafia. And you must, as a young person, resist their approaches to you and fight them out of the ministry so that you run a clean ministry to help Kenyans.
Thank you.
Eric, we are done with you. We have looked at your papers against what we have. We find them okay. There was no memorandum from the public against you. We now release you to go back to your other engagements and wait to hear your fate from this committee at a later stage.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, honorable members, for the engagement. I appreciate comments from all of you. And also, I would like to thank Kenyans who have been sending me messages of goodwill. And I hope that this committee rules in my favor. Have a good day, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Honorable members, I saw John Paul in the gallery. Honorable members, you now break for lunch for 30 minutes. Lunch is also available to the media and everybody else here. 30 minutes, members, then we're back to take 2 more and we close.
We are putting certainty in their future so you can have a peaceful life. Exploring emerging opportunities so you can explore life. Covering your health so you can share your well-being with others. Taking care of your investments so you can enjoy the fruits of your wise decisions. With Britam, we are assured of over 55 years experience in life insurance, health insurance, general insurance, investments, and retirement solutions. Britam, with you every step of the way.
Ciũmbe ciothe irĩ muoyo nĩ igoce Jehova. Andĩka maũndũ marĩa ũragerera. Nĩguo mũthenya ũkamana ta rũgano. Andĩka maũndũ marĩa ũragerera. Nĩguo mũthenya ũkamana ta rũgano. Nyitanagĩra naniĩ Ng'ang'a Tito na timu ya Rehobothu o mũthenya wa gatano thaa 3:30 cia ũtukũ kũrehera tabarĩra ya itahĩro rĩa kĩgoco nĩgetha tũgoce Ngai. Jehova mwathani ngumo kĩambĩrĩria ndũrĩ watiganĩria ndungata ciaku ũmagitagĩra na ũgitĩri mũingĩ kuma na ũgociro gũtokerera nduga ngumo na ũgociro gũtokerera rĩrĩa ndungata ciaku cioimagara gũtambũrũkĩtie moko igũrũ rĩao ngumo na ũgociro gũtokerera Tuhoe na tuhunjie twi hamwe ithuothe guku kwa GTN TV.
Shaitani ni athia gututhitanga ona hindi ria ureciria ni urugamite ona hindi ria ureciria riu ni gutherema uri ureciria riu ni ukugura kaburoti shaitani akoragwo hau.
Nitucemanie.
Uja mifupa kama bado meno ipo. Hii ni uvu.
St. Teresa Sydney Ginevra Academy is a Catholic-based mixed day and boarding school offering playgroup, PP1 and PP2, lower primary and upper primary, and junior secondary, that is grade 6 and 7. We boast of competent teachers and staff, spacious classes, world-class amenities such as laboratories for practicals, home science lab, and a complete computer lab. We uphold our students' health by providing a balanced diet and ensuring they enjoy a playground for football, basketball, handball, seesaws, swings, and many more. Other co-curricular activities include cultural and drama festivals. At St. Teresa Sydney Ginevra Academy, we believe that education is the art of one's heart.
Ũgĩtũtũmĩra ciana cianyu-rĩ, tũrĩ na kĩhoto gĩa gũcithomithia na njĩra ĩrĩa yagĩrĩire.
Igua rwimbo guthakara ungenda kwigwatira rwimbo mukaire rwa Chris Mwangi utukita skiza tune thimo-ine yaku ni undu muhuthu SMS ritwa skiza 6939672 utume kuri 811 na ritwa skiza 6939672 utume kuri 811 wigwatira rwimbo mukaire rwa Chris Mwangi thimo-ine yaku rutuke rwa kirathimo muturire-ine waku wa family yaku ona arata aku. Kenge ya kero ni narwathe Mutumiana Tuyatari mwana Agikaira mwathani Wayake mori. Oyo ni woira Neraruta nekore. Igua rwimbo guthakara ungenda kwigwatira rwimbo uyu ni wira rwa Elizabeth Gasha rutukite skiza tune thimo-ine yaku ni undu muhuthu SMS ritwa skiza 5812331 utume kuri 811 ni ritwa skiza 5812331 utume kuri 811 wigwatira rwimbo uyu ni wira rwa Elizabeth Gasha thimo-ine yaku rutuke rwa kirathimo muturire-ine waku wa family yaku ona arata aku.
RBG Engineering Limited is an engineering company that specializes in fabrication and forming projects involving stainless steel, mild steel, and aluminum, and is committed to quality, reliability, and cutting-edge technology. Our services include metal folding, metal cutting, architectural steelwork, on-site services, while ensuring we collaborate with our clients from the initial idea stage, developing the concepts and translating them into computer-aided designs. For more information, contact 0738 123 123 or visit our offices in Kingongo, opposite Shell Petrol Station along the Nyeri Nyahururu Highway. RBG Engineering Limited, building the future.